there's a hourly trigger on SPX right where we are, guys. Good morning. How are you out there? Hey, Sheldon, what up? How you doing, brother? Test 1, 2, mic check. One of the most highly anticipated vol events to kick off the season here this morning at 10 a.m. Good morning out there. How are y'all doing? I'm going to switch right over to the main screen here. So, actually, we'll go to the trigger screen. We'll just do this again this morning together. We are blasting higher right now. We're also on an hourly trigger on SPX. Just going to look at this together. So we're all same place. We do have, some large sources or some volatility events that tend to matter, where the market deems worthy of volatility or the lead up to volatility. We just made it through the first unrealized volatility for this event, or the unrealized volatility for this event. Remember, too, this morning that volatility will blow off. Let's take a quick look here together. There would be, here's the hawk trade below. 626.67. Been talking about that number all week. That number is unlocked. Does not mean we have to trade there, just that it's unlocked. Market squeezing higher this morning. If you want to know what I think is going to happen here, is we'll probably get a red bar on probably get a red bar right when he starts speaking. Right here, put that up there. Sorry for being a little late this morning. I got a blue screen of death on my one of my laptops this morning. Right there. Go right over here. Nice little squeeze here. Starting to break above SPX. Hourly trigger. Put that one on green. Coming up into our first little bit right in here. Just keep an eye on this 638.84. I have another target up here of 639.94. 639.94. Whoa, big squeeze here. Woo-wee. Keep on going, baby. Keep on going. This is how we're going to draw this in today, just so you can see it. Put that up there. 642. There's 640. Right down there somewhere. Maybe even down here. There's 4 right there. Now, we'll start with this right here. One thing I want to say about this morning is that where is the presser right here? It's like, just remember this 42 in here. Now, as far as this morning, it'll be a little bit different here what this trend is because it's a binary event, right? So I'm going to expect this to all come back, of course, at 10, and then some continuation up and higher from there. Let's leave this trend line here just like so. Let's go back over here. Oof, look at that blowing off. I wonder if I should take this off now, this trade off now. Hold on here. A second here, guys. I've got calls on already. Maybe I need to do a better job of telling you guys where I am, but I'm in calls right. I've been in calls since yesterday. I bought every low yesterday for this morning. Just a heads up to you. Good morning, by the way. How are you, Black Devils? A nice little red bar of supply right here. I'm going to close these out, I think. Hold on. Thank you for the free money, by the way. I'm actually getting out right now. You can stay in if you want here. We could just keep screaming high, or we could trade like 642 right now. Just a heads up to you. We can go vertical right into 642. Well, 640 will hit this one in reverse here. We should tag this one. Let's try like that one right there. And just that one right there into the event. By the way, if you were with me yesterday on long, if you're watching this show right now, if you're in long calls, yesterday I accumulated long calls on the lows. I'm getting out here, so I want you to know that I'm out. Like I just sold like 5 minutes ago. I told the Discord this morning, but I just want you to know if you're watching the show, I'm out here. Now you can stay in a little bit more if you want. Do your thing, you know what I mean? For me, I'm out. It's been good, so I just made a bunch of cash. So congratulations. If I told you not to be short into the bell yesterday, if I told you to close your puts yesterday, congratulations. You're not fucked up this morning. Now on this morning, you guys, I think you guys all know the market risk. Is this all us right here selling? Fucking bears. Oops. What the fuck is that? What is that right there? You guys are terrible. You guys really are. You're terrible. Oh, God. You guys are terrible. God, fuck. All right, so hold on here. I got to set something up here. Give me one quick second. I think you guys, we pretty much went over everything yesterday, right? I went on Wall Street Bets and I'm like, people are commenting like they knew everything we talked about yesterday. I kid you not. And I'm like, I think some of these motherfuckers watched the show. I'm like, these guys all know everything now. Like normally Wall Street Bets is pretty dumbed down. Those guys were on there last night, like bam, 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 bam. Like, yeah, what about this and what about that?
Yeah, it's really me.
That was kind of hilarious.
I'm gonna do a little advert.
Hold on a second here, guys.
You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at Financial Juice.
Let's check something out here.
/
Oh, no. Hold on.
And save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67.
Does anybody have the any links to Jerome Powell presser? On air. Nope. Stop. Here we go.
Right? There's an accountability to the American people more generally. So I think you can't lose sight of that.
There is an argument that ultimately, if there is a policy on the Fed, whether it's response to political pressure or not, to ease now, and then inflation picks back up, the markets will be the ultimate arbiter, right? That ultimately you will see some sort of market reaction that will be a natural check on whatever that is. Do you ascribe to that?
Yes, the bond markets. I mean, I look at the bond markets. Equities, they're choppy. They're always choppy. The fixed income folks, they're making longer term decisions. And so that's what I watch. And I think that's right. They will police the Fed in some ways because monetary policy flows through the markets. That's the implementer of monetary policy, not the Fed. The Fed moves one rate, the overnight rate. It's the markets that make monetary policy work.
So today, Jay Powell gets up with the markets anticipating a rate cut.
Yeah.
What does he say? Does he care what the markets are doing right now? Does he make the point that there's a lot of data? Does he open the door to a rate increase?
Yes.
Cut.
The answer is yes.
Rate increase. Nice Pavlovian response. Good job, buddy.
I think he will try to, my own sense, move things more to neutral. That is, there's a possibility of a September cut. I mean, if I think back these 7 weeks.
We're going to interrupt this guy right now. I'm going to tell you what matters today, okay? We'll keep it nice top line, nice and simple. The market does not care right now if there's a cut or not. The market only cares about one thing, and that is, does Jerome Powell change his verbiage just enough to say that he's supportive of a cut if the data calls for one in the next 2 reports, NFP, CPI, heading into the next rate decision in September. If you get any kind of a hawkish behavior tone from Jerome Powell, I would take that as a red bar. I would. As a knee-jerk reaction, red bar. If Jerome Powell is overly dovish, I will take that as a red candle too. I kid you not. No, for me personally, if you want to think what I think happens here, I think we get the, just like this, right? The blow off volatility, torch all those puts. Then you get the red candle, right? Good morning candle. Good morning, right? Straight down. Now, my only issue that I see here today, I can't tell yet, which is my only issue here is This could be a non-event for today. Whatever dip is bought, if we roll over and we buy the dip, it's possible that we don't catch a print and that there's some repricing of the options market, things like that. I would be looking for a print right around for a target date being September 2nd. You could, now depending on how you structure your trade, you could do a trade that's, farther out in time and when the money, all that kind of, like however you manage or structure it, you have to do that yourself. But look for some kind of a print on September 2nd, in and around there, the day after we get back from the Labor Day holiday. Now, if you want what I think about do we actually get a cut or not, I don't think that you do, but I don't think the market cares about that at this moment at all. I just don't think that the market cares about it, whether we actually do get the cut or not. The market has been pricing in the cut. Now they're taking away the pricing of that cut. But maybe it changes some of the verbiage just slightly to say, we're ready to cut if we need to in these next two reports, and appease some kind of appeasement in tone. There is a black card, like blackjack, or there is like a chance here with the pressure from Trump that there is pushback from Jerome. I didn't think there would be pushback until yesterday with the Lisa Cook stuff. Jerome is never or rarely market disruptive, but he has been. And when he has been, it's normally when he's blamed for things. He pushes back. Just be aware of that. He may address that, don't fuck with the Fed or something, or let us, like we're an independent organization. There was a time recently where he was accused of market manipulation for Biden, and he came out and said otherwise, and basically told the press corps to fuck off. And the market dumped on that news. So just be aware of that. There might be there could be some negativity and pushback on that side of things. I don't think he does that. I don't think it's a high probability of it, but just note that risk of some pushback by the Fed. I think you get like some slight language change today as your most likely outcome, leaving the door open to a cut. As of right now, I don't see a cut. I'll be honest. And as of yesterday, I thought he might give a bone to the president. 25 basis points was possible. I don't think so now. I think after the assault from Trump this past week, that you do not get that from Jerome Powell. You're actually going to get a very non-political decision in September. And unless some data changes that we don't see, like mass unemployment, I don't think you get a cut. Now, I think he'll appease the market today, but just be aware of that in the background, that Trump's asserting authority, and then Trump is now aggravating the Fed, or attempting to assert authority and aggravating the Fed at the same time. And I think that Jerome is going to push back on that, either today or at that next rate, the actual rate meeting in September. I think you're going to see that pushback there. Not so much today, but just be aware, keep an eye open for that. If you're in no trade right now, if you're in no trade right now, hang tight here. I want you to remember something, that they're juicing this. They're juicing this morning, right? IV. So they do reprice these events. If you wanted to get like a call spread for September 2 or something, be patient. Wait for the repricing. There's an implied move today there's an implied move on SPY today. Pretty big move. There's an implied move of 0.7%, which I think it was 1% as of yesterday. Right now it's at 0.7%. That's 643.79. I've already got it up here for the 642. I've got that already charted out for you. Let me just go back to this trigger screen. This is the 642 target up here. Right up in here. You see it right there? 642 right here. We've already traded most of it. 639.87, but there's still some left up here. Right where we are, it's 0.7%. So just a little bit more up here. Downside target is 621. That would not quite crater the market, but 626 being the target, the downside target. You know, it's a pretty big move down here. It's right here, 626.67. The implied downside move though is 21. You know, this is 21 right here, and you got 20 right here. So you know, pretty massive move to the downside. Be aware of that. We'll draw this in down here. We'll just do 620 because that'll be where demand is on the zero. A lot of room to run to the downside. And look at that. We're now coming down. Like you got a crystal ball, bro, and you're not my furu. Sometimes. What else? Oh yeah. What I would say to you is to be patient again. Remember, do not lose sight of living on the edge. Told you to stay on the edges, stay on the edges, stay on the edges. Don't get caught in the middle. Expect targets to be missed. So if there's a downside target, upside bar target, they'll just barely miss that target, then reprice the market as the volatility is blowing off the market. Spreads are your friend. Like, even if you got a call spread right where we are right now, right where we are. Let's say they blast us down and then recover it tomorrow or end of the day. If you were in a call spread and you're bullish, you would be saved here instead of zero dates and all that other nonsense. Not having, not having the time in market to trade zero dates. You don't understand repricing of options. Spreads are the way. You can also do a straddle here. If you like, straddles are always a good trade on these kind of dates and on these dates. I don't. The straddles have been getting blown up recently. I wouldn't do a 0 date straddle. I would do like a like 5 days or 10 days or something on a straddle, and then cut one side loose or hang on to it and then cut the other side loose later to manage the trade. So if you do a straddle, make sure there's some time on it. What else? Oops, sorry. Hold on here, guys. Apologize for that. I missed the. Let's check this here. I think we're good. As you're saying, Powell's on right now.
Does he deal with the inflation side of the Band-Aid more than potentially the labor side of things? And frankly, the international feel here, really notable, as you mentioned.
642 is just hit just now.
Yeah, Mike has some headlines.
The headlines are out.
We just slapped 642 like it was nobody's business. Okay, so he's not on yet.
The shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting policy. That's going to get Wall Street's attention.
Trading 642, that's the daily implied move.
Here's the key sentence. With
next target that we have above.
Outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. The Fed is also
645,
which is pretty much as
645.09.
Dropping the reference to the effective lower bound.
Could have stayed in my fucking calls here.
Committing to contain inflation expectations and concern.
645.06 next target. Just note that we are in the implied move for the day.
To employment, the Fed chairman says the inflation outlook is that it will rise, but perhaps at a slower pace. So right now,
watch that white line up here.
Fed that has the door open for a September 17th cut. And I guess, Lisa, we're probably going to see the long end and the short end reacting here.
Well, let's pull.
Okay, so we're not. So Powell's not live yet. I thought I've got it right here.
On the heels of this opening up to the potential for
Fed's Powell, shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting policy.
the S&P 500 now up 1.3%, yields down 8 basis points on the long end for the 10-year, even more for the 2-year.
And looking at the inflation-adjusted yield, the 10-year real yield comes in 6 basis points. That is substantial. It's still within the range, but at 1.86%, it's a real reversal towards a presumption of Fed accommodation.
Yeah, and this comes at a time where there is this question of how they are going to message this, given that inflation has remained above that 2% target since 2021. Mike, do we hear anything about why this is a Fed willing to look through that kind of inflation?
They do anticipate that tariffs are going to add to inflation, and they think it will take place over time, but they're still looking, at least as Chairman Powell puts it, they're still looking at these as one-time price adjustments within each sector. So it's likely that inflation is going to go up, but then they think it stabilizes and might go down again.
Well, right now, let's take a listen to Jay Powell, chair of the Federal Reserve.
Here we go, guys.
In my remarks today, I will first address the current economic situation and the near-term outlook for monetary policy. I will then turn to the results of our second public review of our monetary policy framework, as captured in the revised Statement on Longer-Run Goals and Monetary Policy Strategy that we released today. When I appeared at this podium 1 year ago, the economy was at an inflection point. Our policy rate had stood at 5.25% to 5.5% for more than a year. That restrictive policy stance was appropriate to help bring down inflation and to foster a sustainable balance between aggregate demand and supply. Inflation had moved much closer to our objective, and the labor market had cooled from its formerly overheated state. Upside risks to inflation had diminished, but the unemployment rate had increased by almost a full percentage point, a development that historically has not occurred outside of recessions. State. Upside risks to inflation had diminished, but the unemployment rate had increased by almost a full percentage point, a development that historically has not occurred outside of recessions. Over the subsequent 3 Federal Open Market Committee meetings, we recalibrated our policy stance, setting the stage for the labor market to remain in balance near maximum employment over the past year. This year, the economy has faced new challenges. Significantly higher tariffs across our trading partners are remaking the global trading system. Tighter immigration policy has led to an abrupt slowdown in labor force growth. Over the longer run, changes in tax, spending, and regulatory policies may also have important implications for economic growth and productivity. There is significant uncertainty about where all of these policies will eventually settle and what their lasting effects on the economy will be. Changes in trade and immigration policies are affecting both demand and supply. In this environment, distinguishing cyclical developments from trend or structural developments is difficult. This distinction is critical because monetary policy can work to stabilize cyclical fluctuations, but can do little to alter structural changes. The labor market is a case in point. The July employment report, released earlier this month, showed that payroll job growth slowed to an average pace of only 35,000 per month over the past 3 months, down from 168,000 per month during 2024. This slowdown is much larger than assessed just a month ago, as the earlier figures for May and June were revised down substantially. But it does not appear that the slowdown in job growth has opened up a large margin of slack in the labor market, an outcome we want to avoid. The unemployment rate, while edging up in July, stands at a historically low level of 4.2% and has been broadly stable over the past year. Other indicators of labor market conditions are also little changed or have softened only modestly, including quits, layoffs, the ratio of vacancies to unemployment, and nominal wage growth. Labor supply has softened in line with demand, sharply lowering the break-even rate of job creation needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. Indeed, labor force growth has slowed considerably this year with the sharp fall-off in immigration, and the labor force participation rate has edged down in recent months. Overall, while the labor market appears to be in balance, it is a curious kind of balance that results from a marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers. This unusual situation suggests that downside risks to employment are rising. And if those risks materialize, they can do so quickly in the form of sharply higher layoffs and rising unemployment. At the same time, GDP growth has slowed notably in the first half of this year to a pace of 1.2%, roughly half the 2.5% pace in 2024. The decline in growth has largely reflected a slowdown in consumer spending. As with the labor market, some of the slowing in GDP likely reflects slower growth of supply or potential output. Turning to inflation, higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods. Estimates based on the latest available data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in July. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%, above their level of a year ago. Within core, prices of goods increased 1.1% over the past 12 months, a notable shift from the modest decline seen over the course of 2024. In contrast, housing services inflation remains on a downward trend, and non-housing services inflation is still running at a level a bit above what has been historically consistent with a 2% inflation. The effects of tariffs on consumer prices are now clearly visible. We expect those effects to accumulate over coming months with high uncertainty about both timing and amounts. The question that matters for monetary policy is whether these price increases are likely to materially raise the risk of an ongoing inflation problem. A reasonable base case is that the effects will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. Of course, one time does not mean all at once. It will continue to take time for tariff increases to work their way through supply chains and distribution networks. Moreover, tariff rates continue to evolve, potentially
Russell up 2%.
It's also possible, however, that the upward pressure on prices from tariffs could spur a more lasting inflation dynamic, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. One possibility is that workers who see their real incomes decline because of higher prices demand and get higher wages from employers, setting off adverse wage price dynamics. Given that the labor market is not particularly tight and faces increasing downside risks, that outcome does not seem likely. Another possibility is that inflation expectations could move up, dragging actual inflation with them. Inflation has been above our target for more than 4 years and remains a prominent concern for households and businesses. Measures of longer-term inflation expectations, however, as
target is 645.06,
appear to remain well anchored and consistent with our longer-run inflation objective of 2%. Of course, we cannot take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. Come what may, we will not allow a one-time increase in the price level to become an ongoing inflation problem. So, putting the pieces together, what are the implications for monetary policy? In the near term, risks to inflation are
sorry, I'm trading this right now.
And risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. Our policy rate is now 100 basis points closer to neutral than it was a year ago, and the stability of the unemployment rate and other labor market measures allows us to proceed carefully as we consider changes to our policy stance. Nonetheless, with policy in restrictive territory, the baseline outlook and the shifting balance of risks may warrant adjusting our policy stance. Monetary policy is not on a preset course. FOMC members will make these decisions based solely on their assessment of the data and its implications for the economic outlook and the balance.
These press conferences are normally not that long.
That approach.
Watch out for a roll the moment he stops speaking.
Turning then to my second topic. Our monetary policy framework is built on the unchanging foundation of our mandate from Congress to foster maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We remain fully committed to fulfilling our statutory mandate, and the revisions to our framework will support that mission across a broad range of economic conditions. Our revised statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which we refer to as our consensus statement to save time, describes how we pursue our dual mandate goals. It is designed to give the public a clear sense of how we think about monetary policy, and that understanding is important both for transparency and accountability, and for making monetary policy more effective. The changes we made in this review are a natural progression grounded in our ever-evolving understanding of our economy. We continue to build upon the initial consensus statement adopted in 2012 under Chairman Ben Bernanke's leadership. Today's revised statement is the outcome of the second public review of our framework, which we conduct at 5-year intervals. This year's review included 3 elements: Fed Listens events at reserve banks around the country, a flagship research conference, and policymaker discussions and deliberations supported by staff analysis at a series of FOMC meetings. In approaching this year's review, a key objective has been to make sure that our framework is suitable across a broad range of economic conditions. At the same time, the framework needs to evolve with changes in the structure of the economy and our understanding of those changes. The Great Depression presented different challenges from those of the Great Inflation and the Great Moderation, which in turn are different from the ones we face today. At the time of the last review, we were living in a new normal, characterized by the proximity of interest rates to the effective lower bound, or ELB, along with low growth, low inflation, and a very flat Phillips curve, meaning that inflation was not very responsive to slack in the economy. To me, a statistic that captures that era is that our policy rate was stuck at the ELB for 7 long years following the onset of the global financial crisis in late 2008. Many here will recall the sluggish growth and painfully slow recovery of that era. It appeared highly likely that if the economy experienced even a mild downturn, our policy rate would be back at the ELB very quickly, probably for another extended period. Inflation and inflation expectations could then decline in a weak economy, raising real interest rates as nominal rates were pinned near zero. Higher real rates would further weigh on job growth and reinforce the downward pressure on inflation and inflation expectations, triggering an adverse dynamic. The economic conditions that brought the policy rate to the ELB and drove the 2020 framework changes were thought to be rooted in slow-moving global factors that would persist for an extended period. And they might well have done so, if not for the pandemic. The 2020 consensus statement included several features that addressed the ELB-related risks that had become increasingly prominent over the preceding 2 decades. We emphasized the importance of anchored inflation, longer-term inflation expectations to support both our price stability and maximum employment goals. Drawing on an extensive literature on strategies to mitigate risks associated with the ELB, we adopted flexible average inflation targeting, a make-up strategy to ensure that inflation expectations would remain well anchored, even with the ELB constraint. In particular, we said that following periods when inflation had been running persistently above 2%, appropriate monetary policy would likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. In the event, rather than low inflation in the ELB, the post-pandemic reopening brought the highest inflation in 40 years to economies around the world. Like most other central banks and private sector analysts, through year-end 2021, we thought that inflation would subside fairly quickly without a sharp tightening in our policy stance, as this slide will show. When it became clear this was not the case, we responded forcefully, raising our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points over 16 months. That action, combined with the unwinding of pandemic supply disruptions, contributed to inflation moving much closer to our target without the painful rise in unemployment that has accompanied previous efforts to counter high inflation. This year's review considered how economic conditions have evolved over the past 5 years. During this period, we saw that the inflation situation can change rapidly in the face of large shocks. In addition, interest rates are now substantially higher than was the case during the era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic. With inflation above target, our policy rate is restrictive, modestly so in my view. We cannot say for certain where rates will settle out over the longer run, but their neutral rate may now be higher than during the 2010s, reflecting changes in productivity, demographics, fiscal policy, and other factors that affect the balance between saving and investment. During the review, we discussed how the 2020 statement's focus on the ELB may have complicated communications about our response to high inflation. We concluded that the emphasis on an overly specific set of economic conditions may have led to some confusion, and as a result, we made several important changes to the consensus statement to reflect that insight. First, we removed language indicating that the ELB was a defining feature of the economic landscape. Instead, we noted that our monetary policy strategy is designed to promote maximum employment and stable prices across a broad range of economic conditions. The difficulty of operating near the ELB remains a potential concern, but it is not our primary focus. The revised statement reiterates that the committee is prepared to use its full range of tools to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals, particularly if the federal funds rate is constrained by the ELB. Second, we returned to a framework of flexible inflation targeting and eliminated the makeup strategy. As it turned out, the idea of an intentional moderate inflation overshoot had proved irrelevant. There was nothing intentional or moderate about the inflation that arrived a few months after we announced our 2020 changes to the consensus statement, as I acknowledged publicly in 2021. Well-anchored inflation expectations were critical to our success in bringing down inflation without a sharp increase in unemployment. Anchored expectations promote the return of inflation to target when adverse shocks drive inflation higher and limit the risk of deflation when the economy weakens. Further, they allow monetary policy to support maximum employment in economic downturns without compromising price stability. Our revised statement emphasizes our commitment to act forcefully to ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored to the benefit of both sides of our dual mandate. It also notes that price stability is essential for a sound and stable economy and supports the well-being of all Americans. This theme came through loud and clear at our Fed Listens events. The past 5 years have been a painful reminder of the hardship that high inflation imposes, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of necessities. Third, our 2020 statement said that we would mitigate shortfalls rather than deviations from maximum employment. The use of shortfalls reflected the insight that our real-time assessments of the natural rate of unemployment, and hence of maximum employment, are highly uncertain. The later years of the post-global financial crisis recovery featured employment running for an extended period above mainstream estimates of its sustainable level, along with inflation running persistently below our 2% target. In the absence of inflationary pressures, it might not be necessary to tighten policy based solely on uncertain real-time estimates of the natural rate of unemployment. We still have that view, but our use of the term shortfalls was not always interpreted as intended, raising communications challenges. In particular, the use of shortfalls was not intended as a commitment to permanently forswear preemption or to ignore labor market tightness. Accordingly, we removed shortfalls from our statement. Instead, the revised document now states more precisely that the committee recognizes that employment may run, at times, above real-time assessments of maximum employment without necessarily creating risks to price stability. Of course, preemptive action would likely be warranted if tightness in the labor market or other factors pose risks to price stability. The revised statement also notes that maximum employment is the highest level of employment that can be achieved on a sustained basis in a context of price stability. This focus on promoting a strong labor market underscores the principle that durably achieving maximum employment fosters broad-based economic opportunities and benefits for all Americans. The feedback we received at Fed Listens events reinforced the value of a strong labor market for American households, employers, and communities. Fourth, consistent with the removal of shortfalls, we made changes to clarify our approach in periods where our employment and inflation objectives are not complementary. In those circumstances, we will follow a balanced approach in promoting them. The revised statement now more closely aligns with the original 2012 language. We take into account the extent of departures from our goals and the potentially different time horizons over which each is projected to return to a level consistent with our dual mandate. These principles guide our policy decisions today, as they did in the 2022 to 24 period, when the departure from our 2% inflation target was the overriding concern. In addition to these changes, there is a great deal of continuity with past statements. The document continues to explain how we interpret the mandate Congress has given us and describes the policy framework that we believe will best promote maximum employment and price stability. We continue to believe that monetary policy must be forward-looking and consider the lags in its effects on the economy. For this reason, our policy actions depend on the economic outlook and the balance of risks to that outlook. We continue to believe that setting a numerical goal for employment is unwise because the maximum level of employment is not directly measurable and changes over time for reasons unrelated to monetary policy. We also continue to view a longer-run inflation rate of 2% as most consistent with our dual mandate goals. We believe that our commitment to this target is a key factor helping keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Experience has shown that 2% inflation is low enough to ensure that inflation is not a concern in household and business decision-making, while also providing a central bank with some policy flexibility to provide accommodation during economic downturns. Finally, the revised consensus statement retained our commitment to conduct a public review roughly every 5 years. There's nothing magic about the 5-year pace. That frequency allows policymakers to reassess structural features of the economy and to engage with the public, practitioners, and academics on the performance of our framework. It is also consistent with several global peers. To wrap up, I want to thank President Schmid and all of his great Kansas City staff who work so diligently to host this outstanding event annually, counting a couple of virtual appearances during the pandemic. This is the 8th time I've had the honor to speak from this podium. Each year, this symposium offers the opportunity for Fed leaders to hear ideas from leading economic thinkers and focus on the challenges we face. The Kansas City Fed was very wise to lure Chair Volcker here to this national park more than 40 years ago, and I am so proud to be part of that tradition. Thank you very much.
That was Fed Chair Jerome Powell wrapping up his annual Jackson Hole remarks. What a Jackson Hole speech that was. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on television and radio, live from Jackson Hole, Wyoming. What we heard there is they are prepared to move rates lower on the heels of their dual mandate being in conflict. We see a market reaction. We could see 10-year yields are lower by 10 basis points.
Watch out for roll risk here now that the event is over.
By 7 basis points. What you see is a weaker dollar.
And they'll try to erase this whole entire move down here, and then we'll have continuation afterwards back up again.
Weakening across the board, and you can see that increase on the equity.
Possibility of a, let me just turn this off here. We don't need to listen to this crap. There's possibility of one more pump here, but I just told you in the Discord, this is where FOMO lives up here. It is possible we have one more pump higher, just to tag this area here. And you might even want to be seeing a tag up here just to get the all-time high and then blast back down here. This will be important to hit this high. So we don't have to do this right now. We could do it later, but it would be nice to see this happen and then sell. We'll watch it closely here. Don't count these bulls out just yet. We are above the 1-minute trigger right now. And if the implication is that we're going to go higher, then you want to see that upper tick. So we're either going to hit this now or hit it or even roll, and then we'll come back, hit it again, and then we'll go back down again. Be patient if you're a seller. You want to see the 1-minute trigger get lost. Another note here too is there's probably some people short. When you're caught short, you have to buy the market. So they want to make some money back to make the market. So this might not die right away. This is why we call that another reason, part of the reason behind FOMO and all that kind of stuff. Just be kind of watching out here to make sure that you don't get trapped again if you're trying to be short. Got a little bit more before we find out here. A couple more bumps. Oh, shit. I just fucked up pretty big time. I'm in danger. We're gonna find out right in here. You want to see it? We'll know. We'll know somewhere in here. Right there and right there. We'll know soon if we should get some puts here. We'll find out. Don't know puts just yet, but soon. This is a good rejection right here. Just waiting for this new low right here. Just want to watch this right here. I want to sell this really fucking hard. Not quite yet. Don't get trapped in here yet. We just want to see if we can catch this new low right here. If we do, it'll be like this, and then we go down. Still no low yet. Be patient, selling. I guess my big question is, do they hit this? Does 646.81, 646.12 get hit now or later? I almost got fucked this morning. I'll tell you guys here in a minute. Give me one quick second here. I'll be right back. Hold on one second, guys.
Spot gold rises more, last up 1%.
Remember, just a few things here. Just remember, oh, sorry about that. Just remember a couple things here, okay? You know the whole Batwing thing, right? Like this, ready? This is where we are. We're right here. You know, we know that they're going to bring this back down to go higher. The only question here is, do we hit that all-time high or not? So this is FOMO-ish right now. We could also hit this end of the day. I think we do it right now until like 12 p.m. and then we roll, but just be safe. Just be careful. This is FOMOville. We have time. We can grind sideways and then hit it at like 12 and then get out of here, that kind of stuff. And there can be a continuation trade. I'm going to just move these over. Hold on a second. We're just going to do it like this. Make it easy. Hold on here. It's all fucking slop. Go over here and look together. Just a few things here, okay? Let's scale out a little bit. We know that we get new flows at 12, right? Let's put this over here. So just think about this time period right here, okay? Think about this time period right here. So, you know, we can wind up doing here is, you know, this kind of thing, right? You start just like if you're a dealer, you're just destroying the options chain, right? You know, getting these people in here, and then you end up hitting that all-time high, and then we're down. Close the gap left down below, and then we're back up and out of here. So just be aware of it. It's kind of dangerous in here. They could do it right now early. We could slam up here, hit this, and then start doing the bullshit. Just note that it's dangerous here. Let me ask you another question. Do you want 642 Cs now? Yes, 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 yes. I want 642 Cs. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Give them to me. I'll take all the 642 Cs, sir. I just fat fingered a trade. I just put myself in some pretty big risk. I just put on a trade for I gotta check and see. It was many tens of thousands of dollars. Too much risk for this event. It was tens of thousands of dollars. I didn't mean to hit the button, and I did. And for a moment, I just said, if we roll at this moment right now, I could lose like 30K. Just like, if all we need is like one red bar right here, I would just be, I'd be fucked. You know, just woof, fucking gone. So I'm just like instant. Like, can you imagine just like, I don't know, having a stack of 30K and just lighting it on fire in front of yourself? My face almost melted off when I did that. It was right in here. That was buying this dip right here. And I went up here, and then for some reason I like hit the button to buy like 300, and it like bam. And then we started going down, and I'm like, holy Christ, we go back up here. And so then I closed that end of the trade. So I just got some calls on, but I don't have like, you know, $30,000 on this bullshit. You'll never see me do that. I'll just keep plugging away every day. So that was pretty freaky deaky. Watch out for a quick break below this. This is the zone that we're trading right here. So you can see it. If you're looking to get in on this trade, the always do the back test. Always the back test to get in on it. If you think we're going higher, I'll be down here. Boy, you guys are talking about crashing yesterday, and now you're asking about 650. Fucking Christ, dude.
Canada's PM Carney is to give a press conference at 12 p.m. Eastern Time today. It's according to Carney's office.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna be crystal fucking clear here. By 1:30, 2:30 p.m., we could be right back down at 642. Just be aware of that, okay? 640, 642. Easy, Stevie. Why don't we ask that question on a bloodbath? I was seriously like, I gotta press upon this on you, is that when everything's on fire, you're getting bulled up. And especially in this season, we're expanding range, and you want to be on the lows. Even if you take some cuts, you're down there in the lows. I realize that it sucks to be alone, the only person buying lows. I realize that it sucks having to buy puts down there while you're long calls. I realize that you're going to get, cut up. But that's where you have to live to make money. You do not make money in strength. I'm telling you. You make money on back tests and lows and all that kind of stuff. That's where the money is. And it sucks to be down there alone. But you're the guy making money. You know what I mean? That's a fucking stark distinction. And especially in this season right here, I think it's easy to roll. So, and even on the small time frame right here, staying down here, there's another one right here. Put that back there. I'm dead serious. Like, I can't impress upon you how much that matters. if we do sweep lower, the target is the first target, of course, is 642.55 ish. We could easily trade 638. Easily. Ask me that question about 650 down there, and I'll give you an answer. Yeah, no worries. I'm being very serious on that stuff. It's crucial. It really, really, truly is.
Shares of U.S. mortgage lenders rise after Powell signals possible September rate cut.
Let me just see what I made here. That's a nice day. It's a good day. Another good day. What's going on here? There we go. I'll take it. It's a good day. I'm green. I'm serious. The moment that so whoever was caught short this morning, it's not just this morning, at 3 a.m., did you see that fucking honey trap this morning? Whew. I thought I was awake. So for that down move last night, I've been awake all night long. I think I slept maybe 3 or 4 hours last night. If I'm lucky, I slept 3 or 4 hours last night. So I knew that they were going to come down into Asia. So I'll tell you so I was awake for futures last night in Globex. So I'm like, okay, I know that Asia's not buying this. Like, there's no fucking way they're going to buy this here, where we are heading into tomorrow. So I'm watching like 9 p.m., 9:30, and I'm like, here we go. And then then I like wake back up. It's like 2:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, I know they ain't buying it. They don't buy it when we're bullish. They let it come down. So let me just take a peek here. So I was looking for the trade to 634.39 in SPY. That would be the low from 145 yesterday. I was looking for that back test at 3 a.m. and we knifed right through it. And I'm like, oh fuck! Then I'm looking back on the day before, for that low at 633.37. That was the low on Wednesday. So I'm looking there last night, and I see the knife down, and I'm like, well, we'll probably bounce on the low from 145 yesterday, and we sliced down into the low from the day before. And I'm watching it last night, and I'm like, oh, fuck. I figured that London would wait for that low from yesterday at 145. And when it sliced down, I'm like, holy shit, someone's trapped a buyer, right? The Globex buyer. And then it just fucking reversed. And I'm like, holy fuck. So, somebody got fucked up in that trade last night. So that the getting fucked up probably yesterday, like last night it began. So these guys are all long right now still. They're still long right now. And then you add on to that, probably someone was short to this event. They're wrapped up right now. So they got to stay long here to some extent. But once they no longer have to stay long, they're going to sell. So just a heads up to that. You'll see that's selling. This is my point. The end result is selling. Short side getting out. If Volwiz, if you're out there watching, congratulations, my brother. He was short this whole move down, and he closed his shorts yesterday. Matter of fact, I think he might have even pinstriked it. I think he closed on the yesterday's low at like 10 a.m., 9:45 or so. Went in Discord, he's like, I'm out. I'm not doing anything else. Get me out of here. He may have said that. He closed his He closed his shorts. Not yesterday, but the day before. On the day before which was this morning's early morning low. And he bounced. So Vol, if you closed, congratulations. If you're watching the show right now, you had him near perfect trade, dude. Almost like tick to tick. So congratulations. Now, where are we heading? Someone asked where we're heading. Someone asked 650 next week. right now, I think what I said the trade was to on September 2nd. The trade is to 663.41. I think that's what it is. 663.41 for a September 2nd print. But I wouldn't get long here personally. You can if you want to get long here with a call spread for that. Sure. I would rein in that expectation. You're going to take a reversal at 650 for sure. 655. Like the 663 is my target, but you could do something more in the money. You have to remember that you could get sent packing.
Canada to remove retaliatory
Be
tariffs.
patient in your trade. Maybe put more time on it, that kind of stuff.
To apply tariff exemption on many U.S. goods under USMCA.
Remember that we're looking for one tick higher here, just right here. Just one tick, and then fade it. Then we'll form the cup to go higher. I should probably write FOMO here, just as a warning. If you cry about losing your money up here, I don't want to hear it. I don't want you to be like, oh, Cap, you said we were going to get all-time highs. We rolled. This is FOMO zone. Never trade this. I don't trade this ever. I shouldn't say that because I was down here. But I'll never like this zone right. Not that zone. Hold on, this is wrong. This is where the FOMO is right here. A little bit lower. FOMO's here to here. This is important too, just so you know that we get this tick higher because it gives the implication that we're going to be heading even on a down move that we're coming back up to trade higher than this. If we tick this at any point today, bear's going to freak out. They're going to panic. They're going to panic. Because you get that all-time high right there, it's telling you we're not done going up. Oh, one other thing. Just a note to you. If you are not hedged at all, we're on all-time highs right now. I think we go higher, but if you did not or have not put any kind of a hedge on, we may be close to hedging opportunity. VIX trading back to the lows, almost on the low. Watch for a roll here, guys. VIX about to not going to bottom just yet, but it's pretty close to closing a gap. Fairly close right now to closing a gap. The VIX 9-day about to close a gap. But if you're not in a hedge, here you go. There's another chance. I'll tell you what. If you're losing on calls and you're like, oh, my shit's blowing up, and then you look at your puts and you go, wow, like that's green. Help me out here. Safety net. We're in another place to do it. I almost got fucked today. I cannot fucking believe. I mean, not fucked, but like if the market had rolled, I would have beat my desk up. I would have been angry. I've lost a lot of forget like what you think is going to happen. I have lost money on fat finger trades. I can't tell you how many times I've lost money on fat finger trading. That's the shit that'll make me rage these days. Okay, so we just did hit our first target, 646.12. We have one more target here. Let me just check this last one here. There's one more upper target. Hold on here. Just a note, we hit our cash market. Watch out for a roll here. We hit our cash market. Cash market's target has been hit. There is one more above. Hang tight, I gotta watch this closely here.
So with Carney's press conference, according to sources from
there's one more target of 646.95
about Canada to remove retaliatory tariffs on many U.S. products at his press conference at 12 p.m. Eastern Time.
646. Well, I'm just gonna snap a line here.
More closely with U.S. measures, according to people familiar with the matter.
Let me see something here. Get the fuck over here.
To just give context then, that means a broad range of US-made consumer products will no longer face a 25% tariff when imported into Canada, as long as they're shipped in compliance with provisions of the USMCA agreement.
What was that high right there? 646.12. Yeah, we hit our target for cash market. There's one more here. 646.95, 646.95, and then of course ATH. Let me just see something here. Yeah, so 646.95 would be this one right here. Like right in here. It's like right in between all-time highs. 646.81, it's actually 95 for the tick. This was the cash, just so you note here, this is the cash market target. This is the pre-market target, and this is the all-time high from pre-market. So it could be like, where's 12? There's 12, so you get, see if we can see this here. That one. That one. And then it's like that one right there somewhere. Something like this. So you can see it. Just something like this. 646.91, right about there. Get the miss, you get the high, the drawdown right here. The miss right here. Something just like that. Canada is to remove retaliatory tariffs on many U.S. products. That's big. That's huge. Do you guys want to listen to Trump speak right now or no? Okay. Yeah, I understand. Hold on here. It says that he was speaking. No, he's not speaking. He's done speaking. Sorry. I did read some of the points he made earlier. I thought he might have still been speaking. Facing Trump pressure, U.S. Fed chair hints at rate cuts but offers no timeline. Yeah. Man, I want to short the fuck out of this pretty bad.
Canadian dollar extending gains up 0.5%.
Yeah, 12 o'clock. What they can do is, so you've got a ton of inflection points here. So he could just ping pong around here trying to take these things out for a roll of 12. We know that flows come in at 12 o'clock, so I really want to buy puts there pretty badly. Haven't bought any, but I really want to. I got to be patient here.
US Treasury yields extending declines. 2-year yield now down 10.6 base points at about 3.685%.
Let me just look at the puts really quick. Let me just take a peek at these fucking things. You know, I'm getting fucking antsy here. No. So what did I say? 642, and what else? What was my other target to the downside? Oh yeah, look at that gap. 638. What are 638s right now? I bet they're fucking worthless. 14 cents, dude. Oh god. It'd be fucking epic to like have some 14-cent puts and have us just blood down there. Oh. What would those print? I just want to look at it. 638 today. They're 14 cents. You ready for this? You guys ready for this shit? I mean that's a reach to trade 638. It's a 14-cent or $14 put. It'll trade $1.80 or $188. Fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Just like a jackknife down right now would be fucking rad. I got it set up over here. 42 is the natural. You'd want to actually do 42s. Those are 35 cents. You could ride the 17 centers down and then get out at 42 and then jump back in again on the bounce for the rest of it. You know, these fucking bears are just like, I mean, even I'm looking at it like, man, ride the fucking lightning. They're still only 14 cents. They haven't gotten touched yet. They haven't moved they haven't moved. There's no put interest right now. They haven't moved a penny. I'm looking at them right now. They're not going to move yet. They won't move until we roll underneath the 1 minute, 5 minute. I'm going to set the trade up anyways. Let's see if we can catch a roll at 12 o'clock. Or maybe I'll look at the 42s if they can become like 15 cents. 100 pack of those right now are $3,000. If they can be like 1,400, it'd be fucking hella stoked. I mean 1,400, excuse me. No, I'm looking for 12 p.m. I'm not shorting into strength. You're out of your fucking mind. I want to see, for me to take this trade, I need to see like
the Russell 2000 index hits the highest since December of 2024, last up 4%.
Oh God.
The S&P 500 has now erased most of the losses from this week near Friday closing levels.
The
up around 1.6%.
I'd need to see something like this right here.
Declines down 0.9%.
I'd need to see like a roll to there, and then I would execute it over here somewhere.
NVIDIA introduces Spectrum XGS Ethernet to connect distributed data centers into gigascale AI super factories.
Beautiful fucking squeeze right there. VIX trading 1366. Target hit here. It's good.
Also seeing shares of US biotech stocks rising after Powell's comments earlier on.
11:06, another hour left until 12 p.m. Till new flows come in. I'll make that a thick line for you so you can see it. VIX revisiting the lows from Friday the 15th in August. Oh, no. Here we go. Ready? Get in on this. Do not turn around. Do not turn around. Right there. No. Come on. There we go. Cool. Whee! There you go. 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 Slapping their asses now, huh, boys? Maybe this is only me doing this. Am I trading alone here? Gotta be the only person trading this. There's new high there. Lower high. Watch out for this lower high here. This is the first lower high. Watch out for a roll. Not quite yet. We still have this. We got this one and this one right here. Watch this right here. Watch out. This is a pretty big reversal candle here. So these are called tweezers. They don't always work. You want to see if we can, want to see if we break this right here, then we'll know if we're going to roll.
Treasury 5-year yield falling 10 basis points on the day now to 3.7.
If you see this tick right here, we're going to roll. I'll draw this in white. And I'll make it a dotted line. You can see it. And the 5-minute is pretty low. Just so you can see here. If you see that drop right there, we're going straight down. So just be careful of it. One minute is now flattening. Be careful here. 1 minute trigger flattening now. One minute trigger beginning to turn down. It's kind of do or die here for the bulls. Slide that over. Just gonna get rid of this FOMO. You don't need to see that. It's garbage. I don't want to keep moving it. I really want to see this right here. I want to see this one right here get tagged. And then I want to see that one, and then the pull down right here. And then that one right there. I'm going to show you what it looks like right there. Come on, green bar this up. I need to see that bar. If I don't see that bar, I'm pissed. When we get bared up, if we don't see that. Just a note, if you're a seller, what you're looking for is you're looking for this here.
Speaking on CNBC.
Do you see that? We're going to roll. Buyers have to get a new high. They don't have a choice. Get on up there. Here's the high that they need right there. There's the first one right here. The yellow bar is the first one. Second one's the white one right here. And catch that tick down, and then up here. $12 p.m. Yeah, 12 p.m. 12 p.m. These buyers have till 12. It's not that we can't go up at 12 p.m. It's just that you want to go risk off at 12 and find out if the flows are selling flows or buying flows. You can always chase it after 12, but I promise you, at 12, someone's going to swipe the market at 12. They're going to try. They're going to try. You're going to see somebody attempt at 12 p.m. to sell. There'll be an algorithm that'll try to sell at 12, a computer. Mm, 11:23. We got Bulls got 40 minutes left. Or 33 minutes left or something like that. They got to get a move on. Yeah, like you don't need to hedge. Like the only people that need to hedge are people with risk in the market. The other thing about hedging is like home insurance. I want to express something to you about hedging. Like, if you're a long market, like if you're buying calls or you're owning the underlying market, you're doing that and paying an insurance policy. So if you're long the market with a hedge, that long should pay for the hedge and make you some money. If your game plan is, I got a hedge on and it burned, I don't want to speak to you. I'll be honest with you. If you're like, oh, I paid for a hedge and I'm losing money, that's kind of like buying a homeowner's insurance policy and saying, I hope my house burns to the ground so I can get paid. That's why I bought the house. That's insane. That's just pure insanity. So you got to think of hedging like that. That means that your hedge, right? You're going to pay for your hedge and go up with the market. It means if you're long for the market to go up and it rolls, that you have some cover. You know what I mean by that? Like, it shouldn't be used. It shouldn't be taken as a, I don't know, like, I'm bearish. There are markers where people put hedging on.
5 minutes away until we expect to hear from Fed.
They put hedging on mechanically. Like, we're at all-time highs, right? And it's pretty big place to be, right? If we trade 563 or 564 or even 560, you're going to see a hedge come on the market. Whether they care or not, I don't know, like why they do it or whatever. You got to think about that too, like where we are seasonally, all that kind of stuff. You got to think about like, here, let me just show you, put that up for you so you can see it. It frustrates me because sometimes they'll be like, I'm putting a hedge on and people are like, I'm short. And I'm like, don't do that. Like, that's insano. That's not what you're trying to do here. It's not the intent. Now, if you have no risk on the market, and you're just like sitting on your hands, you don't need to put a hedge on. If you can hit the 0-day put button, you can hedge that way too. You can hedge just at the moment. You don't need to like have a hedge on for every month or 3 months or whatever. There are people that are so long in the market from so low that they don't hedge anything. They just wait for a drop and they buy. So, I think it's different for everybody. I mean, you can hedge futures. You can sell futures. Like, you can be long market, and let's say you're long the market, and there's like all kinds of different vehicles and instruments to do that too, or depending on how you want to do it. I got a friend, I got an old school Tesla bull that I've been friends with for many years. He just adds Tesla, right? And I'm like, what do you do to hedge the market? And he's like, I just hit one of the S or TQQ, or not T, but like one of the S with 3 letters after it. And I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. I'm like, triple leveraged. Like, he's got a good point. Like, he simplifies it. He's like, I buy Tesla. He's like, if the market looks like it's going to correct, I just slam the SQQ button, and I don't care if it's cheap. It's triple leverage. If we blast to the downside, I make a bunch of money. See, there's all kinds of different ways to express that. I think my greater thought on it is, I saw someone yesterday said, I just blew myself up or something. And I was like, what? I was like, what are you in? Like, you're in 0 dates. You're in 0 dates. That freaks me out. No hedge on the market, 0 dates, blowing up an account. Whole account, long, day before press conference. That is bizarre to me. And I feel bad for people that do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want people doing that, So I think that bothers me. how do I word? I'm trying to see a way to word that. If you have an account that is at risk of blowing up on any one trade, by the S&P 500, the underlying, if you're that close, there's no reason to take that risky of a trade. There's like absolutely no reason you would take that trade.
I'm expected to hear from Feds Hamack on CNBC.
In no world is that trade something that anyone should be doing, like long or short. Like I'm long short 0 dates today. How much money you got in your bank account? $1,000, 5,000, 10,000. I think that's insane. I just traded 10 grand in one trade, and it must print in the next hour or two directionally on something that's no like literally a 0 date that's like you can't DCA into anymore because you're all account in, and then you literally have to time that trade that's directionally, only directionally. I think that's extremely not just dangerous, you're going to blow up. It's just a matter of when. That's okay. We all learn. I've done it. When I was young, I did it. I did shit like that. I get it. Been there. Raise this one up now. There's another point to be made here too. Sometimes when we come in, sometimes
2-year yield falls 12 basis points to day's low.
When we come into these all-time highs, we straight melt up. So just be aware of that too. We can like melt straight up into the close. So if you want to go into like 2 dates or something like that, switch from 0 dates today to 2 dates. We could melt up into the bell today, so just be aware of that too. There are chances for us to do that. We were just straight melt up. If those flows are bullish on the 12 o'clock hour, we'll see what happens.
Feds Hammock says, I try not to focus too much on the markets beyond economic implications.
Yeah, it's because of all-time highs. So I was saying this earlier to you, which was, so normally it's like this. Watch my screen here, okay? So normally we have this is all-time high right here, right?
Chair Powell is open-minded about policy.
Or a high, doesn't matter. Just a high. We get a high, right? When we come back to that high, typically we're not in FOMO. Here, let's do something really quick. We're gonna get out of this for a minute here. I want to talk to you guys about this really quick. I'm a little paranoid.
Says, I expect
some of those shit that I'm reading freaking me out.
To rise.
Okay, so we're gonna do a basic class here. It's gonna take 5 minutes. You have any high. I don't care where the high is. I don't care if it's an intraday high, a fucking 5-minute high, an hour high, a 4-hour. I don't give a fuck if it's a week or a day. Mute this bullshit over here for a minute.
News disconnected.
It's kind of important. So you have a high. Okay? Any high. I don't care if it's I don't care if you got a fucking high back here. I don't care where the fucking high is. I don't care if it's an all-time high. Don't care. A high on any time frame. Okay? On any time frame. So we're going to go up here. Ready? You get a high. Come back down. We have what's called equal legs, okay? This is an equal leg. This is an equal leg. Let me draw this better for you. Make this better. Hold on here. Okay, so you got a high, okay? When you come back down, I want you to think about something, okay? You have 100%. You have 0%. And then you have 20%. Okay. Cool. Now, if you have a prior high over here, if there is a prior high over here, let's say we're going up. So we're like dot, 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 dot going up, right? We say that there's FOMO here because we don't know what's going to happen here. If we fail to get the new high, we'll go oftentimes down to a prior low that's even lower over here. Right? Dot, 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 dot. So you're kind of hands off in here because you're looking for what happens. If we were to get the new high, you would expect a back test at most to 20% to turn up. Could be less. Could be there could be like a some area zone of interest up here, and it could be higher to turn higher to the next trade. Okay, but I want to show you the more important thing. Like you have a leg, right? A leg equal lows, right? A leg, you have equal highs. A leg equal lows. So when you hear that, like equal lows, equal highs, or equal legs, you always want to be thinking about the stock market like that. Like so, up like this, right? Down like this. So it's like legs. A leg, 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 a leg. And it's important to see if we're new high, no new low. If it's like new high, then it's higher. Right? If it fails there, it's going to go lower to a prior low over here normally. And you're then watching this leg to see if it breaks below or if it bounces and then goes higher again, because then that would send us back to a new high up here. If that makes any sense to you. So there's one other thing, though, that I want to tell you today. In our particular situation, right, we had a high, came down here, and we had some trappiness go on down here, right, in pre-market. It came up here today, right? Right? We do the back test. We get the Jerome Powell thing, and we start cranking, right? So now we're like right here. This is right where we are, right here. Now, I pretend that we're going to make that high. If the way isn't lower, the way is higher, right? That would mean that this high is bullshit. Now, saying that, because there are shorts here that are now, or some of the short that's now has to be long. Like, hey, I'm short and caught in it, so I got to buy the position and make some money because of this specific situation. They're like sellers that are now buyers. So there could be like this forced melt up until there's no more buying, and dealers at that point don't have to or hedge all of this stuff. Dealers will then offer it up to another market, and it'll then come down. So just be aware of this, and think about like Asia. Asia's like, nah, I'm gonna hang out down here, bro. You know, so the price ends up coming down in this next market. So just be aware of this kind of stuff. In this particular instance, now let's say you're a we have the all-time high up here. In this instance, we have this all-time high. Right, so we come back down. Let's say we melt up into the close, right? It's like something monster here. Remember your rules. So you've got, let's say, the daily trigger right here, right? You can always be patient. What they'll do is they'll send this back down, and you can jump back in again over here for the next, equal legs, right? Make sense? And just note that there's clear this right here. Just note that there is in this particular instance, there's probably people trapped. Not quite trapped. They're just turned into buyers. Almost near 12 o'clock. They're going to try to sell this. There will be flows that will attempt to sell this down as we come in at 12 p.m. Remember this white line right here? It's actually higher now. It's right here. Let me just check this here. I think this is still the same group. I think they're right there. If you've missed making any money at all, I would say wait to lower. Remember your hourly, your half hour and hourly trigger are like for like a dumb person's. If someone's dumb as fuck like me, half hour trigger back tests are beautiful. They're gorgeous. They're absolutely great. Like on a 1 minute, you might see us like blast through for a minute, but if you were to scale back on an hourly chart, you'd be like, holy shit, that shit held. And then we continued higher. So like if you just like pull back a little bit, it's like for the dumb trader, you're just like, hey, you're gonna buy that half hour trigger and then hourly trigger if we're going up. And if we're above the hourly trigger and we're making new highs and all that kind of stuff, it's the place for most people to buy. Like 70% of people out there, literally that many fucking people. You see, like you guys know David AMS. He's fucking awesome as a trader, right? But you know what it takes to do that? Hours, days of research, back testing, commitment, rules. That's not most traders. Like David AMS is like 1 out of 100 traders. That means out of 1,000 people, you know what I mean? There's like 10 people that do that. So for most of you, the majority of you, half hour hourly trigger, just wait there, buy it up. For the rest of us that are anal or OCD, sure, that system works great. The half hour trigger and the hourly trigger is dumbed down for you, for your simplicity. So if you want like to the tick stuff, there's a lot of time it takes to learn that stuff. It's not hard for a trader to level up. It isn't. So we'll make it really easy. Ready? I'll make it really simple for you if you're a new trader. It's very simple. I can make it really simple for you. Like I can really simplify this. You should expect 2 major corrections every year. I'll say that too. Every year, two decent corrections to the weekly trigger, at least every year. In general, you should see 2 of those. So if you're a new trader, you got 2 trades. It's that simple. I can even tell you when, twice a year, spring and fall. You don't care what price is. It's that simple. There are more, but it's that simple. You save all your money. You put it into a laddering bills, 3-month bills. Put it in. Put your money for the rest of the year into a brokerage that pays 5%. That work too. And you just come out to play twice a year. It's that simple. So it's not hard for a new trader to level up. It's that simple. It literally is that simple. And you know what's crazy about that? You can do that in a bear market too. You get 2 shots every year minimum. You get like 4 to 6, truthfully, in a bear market. But you can't lose. You're at like a 90% win rate if you do just that. So that's not leveling up. If you go to your job, no matter what you're getting paid, and you force yourself to put $100 a week, $200, whatever it is you have, working at Wendy's, $100. You just save your money every single week. And you come to market twice a year. It's that simple. It really is. So whenever you hear like it's hard for a trader to level up, that's bullshit. It's not true. I do agree though that I don't disagree with the method of well, I go to work every week and I gamble that paycheck. I'm okay with that leveling up path, as long as you don't get too negative about it when you blow it up. Rule number 1. Like, I blew up my check this week, I gotta go back to work. That's okay. Don't be mad about that, because you're doing a high risk build account method. The problem with that method, the only problem I have with that method is when you finally do hit it. So let's say you're going out and you're gambling once a Friday. You get your Friday paycheck and you're like, all right, it's all on black, right? You turn $1,000, let's say, into, I don't care, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 grand somehow. Quickly, 2-3 trades. I'm now at 50K, 25K, 50K, or whatever. My next question is, do you still do that? Do you still take those risky trades? Because that's where then you get fucked. You would, once you build that account to whatever level you're comfortable with, you're then slipping back into some very conservative trading until you can actually build it to hundreds of thousands of dollars, or if not more. Then you can go gambling or whatever afterwards. Even if you do the high risk account building, you still have to switch back to the conservative account trading, or you go through the, what do they call it? There's a my dad used to say this. He was in my dad was in AA. He used to say to me, he used to say, doing things over and over the same way is doing the same thing over and over again is insanity, is what he would say to me. And he would have all these sayings that he got from Alcoholics Anonymous, and I was like, oh God, here he goes again. He's like a fucking priest now. Like, fucking, you know what I mean? He's like a serving on the mount or whatever, so like his sermon on the mount. I'm like, this fucking guy was partying for years. Like, all of a sudden he's a priest. But I think that statement that he made is real and true, or like doing the same thing over and over again is insanity. You can use risky behavior to build an account, but it's only for that. That's it. From there, you're then reverting back to conservativeness again. And if you ask anyone that either rarely blows up their account or never blows up their account, ask them what they do. And I guarantee it's not high risk all account trading. I guarantee it. There's no fucking way that you can do that. If you, and myself personally, if you want to know what I do, I have multiple accounts. I have brokerages that I don't look at. I try almost every, like, we had a rash of new brokerages, or I shouldn't say that. Like in 2001, we had a bunch of cool ass brokerages open. Then we had another round of cool ass brokerages open, I think 5 or 10 years ago. We haven't had a ton recently, have we? As a matter of fact, TradingView has gobbled up a bunch of the ones that were really cool from like 15, 20 years ago. Believe it or not, that's real. When they created their PineScript language too, it was like a game changer. My point though stands that for me, I've got different brokerages. Like, I will buy a stock and not look at it. I'll put a hedge on and not look at it. And for me, mentally, I have to have it on a different brokerage. And then I literally close the laptop or don't open it. And I only set alerts for emails. Hey, you're making money. Hey, close your shit. It's expiry. I get those emails. I get text messages on my phone. So that I don't fuck with that stuff. Like, micromanage it. And then I have an account for day trading. I got an account for swing trades. I have an account for stock. I got an account for hedging, literally. I don't want to tell you one thing because I don't know if it's legal or not, but there's one other thing that I do, but because I got a wife with another social security number, but I keep things separate, a whole bunch of shit separate. I even leave money in brokerages I don't trade on. And not only that, I take money out of those brokerages. Like an example would be like if I have day trading accounts, I put 25 or 50K in it, right? Run it up. I take that money out of there and go right back to a baseline again. I just remove it. And if I'm gonna go spend it somewhere, or my wife wants to fucking take it, or if I have to pay a bill, or if I want to buy something, or something appreciative, or I want to buy a stock or something, I keep it separate. Even in my old age now, I'm starting to transfer shit to my daughters. Like, here, like my oldest is 18 now, so I'm like, here's some stock for you to own. Here's an ETF for you to own. Like make money, remove it, and then of course, where's your risk? I think being a day trader, unless you're trading, I think day trading futures is better in terms of risk and other people's money too. If you use a prop firm, but again, that attracts a lot of degenerate gambling too. Like prop trading is great for the right trader. It's horrible for gamblers because they just go and like. I met a guy who owns a prop firm, and I was shocked at what he had told me. Like the kind of people that it attracts. The figures he showed me was like 92 or 98% of those people blow up their accounts regularly. Like, I mean, like every couple weeks, 2-3 weeks run, give it all back. 3 weeks run, give it all back. 3 weeks. So you know that there's something else going on. It's more behavior than trying to change your life or whatever. You get caught in that cycle. For me, I made a lot of fuck ups and mistakes. Took lots of losing to stop being a fucking degenerate. I wasn't a degenerate, but stop doing stupid shit. Maybe I don't know if that's the right way to describe it. Very high risk trading. Anyways, you'll learn. It's time in market. The longer that you're in market, the more this will make sense to you. You'll be like, yeah, that guy wasn't lying. It's just time in market. The longer you're in market, one day the light bulb goes off and you go, ding, got it. I learned my lesson. Here we go. And it involves a bunch of other conversations too. Like, are you long and short? Are you just long only? Are you just short only? Can you switch? Can you do all these other things? If you are doing this high risk behavior, can you counter trade yourself? Start losing a trade. Can you take the other side of it to make your money back? You know how to manage trade. You know how to get out in the right place so you're only getting a cut. Like you're taking tiny little cuts, but you're not getting imploded. I talk about that in the show all the time, right? Let's look at this really quick. So just where we are right now. So I always talk to you guys about this, right? Like 70% of the time, let's say we lost this and we went down here, you would literally close your position here. 70% of you would. You were long here. And then only to see it come back up again, even if it's going to go back down. Let's say let's say you're like in calls for like $1 here. Let's say they go down to 40 cents. You get annihilated, right? And then they go back to like 80 cents right here. So like, I'm long, bro. You lose the position. It's at 40. You close there. Then you see it go to 80. You could have taken the L for 20 cents instead of 60 cents. And now, even where we are right here, we don't know yet if we're going to go down. Even when we go back here to the 80 cents, You may not know that you have to wait to even take that trade there. Short. You can't get back in your next trade until there. And let's say we go up. So it was $1.60 goes to 80. You get out here, and you're like, "Oh, bro, would have been $1.20, bro. I should have diamond handed." That's bullshit too. You just still have to wait for it to come back down here to get back in on the trade. So look at this management here. $1.60, right? Now it's 80. You took a 20-cent haircut if you were disciplined. You're waiting for the roll to the downside to make more money, right? Get back to making money, or you're still waiting. Oh, you're not doing any of this hindsight bullshit with $1.20. I shoulda, coulda, woulda. You get back in over here, and now you're making money again. Now you're back to $1. Then you're to $1.20. It's like all this management is oftentimes where people get fucked up too. Yeah, is that what it's called? Definition of insanity? Is that what it's called? My dad used to have all these fucking sayings, the pull your bootstraps up guy. You know what I mean? It's like, and of course I'm young, so it's like two different things going on in my mind. Oh God, he's got all these sayings. And then number two, terminal uniqueness, my dad would call it with me. You're terminally unique, he would say to me. And I'm like, oh, he must have gotten that from his shit that he goes to every night. And now I say that to my daughter, my oldest right now. I don't say terminally unique. I say to her, look, I said, you are young, so you think you're different, and that you're not your dad or your mom, or older people are different than you, or you're new, you're going to invent something new. Maybe one person might, but there's millions of others that aren't going to. Even my oldest, like I talk to my oldest about this frequently. I'm like, you have to know as a person, do you need to read it, write it, and do it to learn? Do you need help from somebody to learn? Can you learn self-guided or not? Are you an independent learner? You need to be able to look in the mirror and tell yourself that. Or do you pick things up naturally? Do you not pick up things naturally? It's hard for a child or becoming an adult to see what they're good at and what they're not good at with an honest inflection on that. And it's hard for young people to do that. When you're young, of course, you're built genetically to be resilient and to think you can do anything, right? That's why we go after kids for the military, right? Watch out here. They're trying to sell it at 12 o'clock. We ask kids to fight our wars for us. Why? Because they feel invincible. They have no life experience, no wisdom. And so they're indestructible. I'm not you, Dad. I'm better than you, Dad. And of course, your dad's looking at you like, boy, this kid's gonna fucking have a lot of learning to do. Can't wait until they're my age. And even myself in my own life, I've gone back to my father and said, I fucked up, man. I have. You were always right. You were a dick about it. I wouldn't do that, and I haven't done it to my kids. But that might be just generational stuff. My dad was a son of an immigrant family. And they were very poor. It's taken multiple generations. I was beaten as a kid. I was physically abused. In today's world, it would be considered abuse. When I was a kid, my dad said to me, when I was a kid, speaking from his perspective, he was like, you don't even know what abuse is. I was abused my whole life growing up. I'm nice to you. I give you what's called, at that time, they call it corporal punishment. And it was acceptable. You couldn't beat a kid when I was a kid, but you kind of could to an extent. My dad came from a growing up where my dad always told me that he said when I was a kid, my father would hit me. I would come home from school. This is a true story. he's like, I would come home from school, my father would smack me when I was a teenager, whack across the back of the face, and say, "That's for what I didn't see you do today." Really happened to my dad. My dad was in abject poverty. My grandfather worked 2 jobs, and there was 13 kids. 13. So all the kids became teenagers, pre-teenagers, and my grandparents locked the cupboards where all the food was. Pantry got locked, cupboards got locked to survive. And what they did, my grandmother would feed 2 to 3 rounds of kids. They'd sit down one at a time in a group and eat a meal. And they only got 2 meals a day. They got breakfast and they got dinner. And they would sit down in like a round of kids would eat, then a round of kids would eat. And then if there was more kids at home or whatever, they would do the last round, and then my grandfather would sit down and eat. And all those dynamics are going on, stress and anger and no money and all that kind of stuff. And put this in here. Stress, right? No money, poverty, all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, the time. And, of course, my dad was, nicer to me than his dad was not to him. And, of course, I'm nicer to my kids than my dad was to me. I don't know why I'm talking about this right now in the middle of the day, but it just brings back a lot of memories. But anyways, as a trader, some of those things apply to you as a trader. And that means, and I'm speaking from the perspective of wisdom and time and market, just like being a kid. Think about the market like you would as a teenager. Now you're an adult. Depending on how old you are, let's say you're 30 years old. Think about what you were like at 20. Think about what you were like at 25, and think about what you are now at 30. If you're 40 years old, think about what you were like at 20, 30, 25, 30, 35, now 40. And your perspective on life now versus then. And it's different, right? It's wisdom. It's wisdom. The same thing applies in the market. So you either get fleshed out forever or you're going to learn, right? With wisdom. Time and market will give you that wisdom to be like, yeah, now I know what they're talking about. So if you do all that high risk stuff, that's fine. As long as you're able to change your behavior over time. There's a bunch of different ways to build an account. But you still shouldn't be, if I'm trading 0 dates here for like 20 cents or whatever, it's probably 1% of my account. You trade 1% of your account on 0 dates. Or if you blow it up, at least just be like, I'll go to work and I'll get another paycheck and I'll try again until I build that account size that I need to trade. The normal part of being a trader. Nothing abnormal about that. It's all normal. Happens to everybody. Anyone out there telling you like that this hasn't happened to them, they're lying to you. It's okay to be a losing trader. You're like, if everybody was a winning trader when they started trading or investing, there'd be no money in the market, would there? So, you know what I mean? It's like just part of it, part of life. And we're going to change this one right here now. This one goes right here now. So we have the attempt to sell here at 12, right? You can see it, right? An attempt to sell into 12, right? But these aren't selling flows, just so you know. There's no break of trend. There's no break of the 1 minute trigger with a new low. This is all bullish. If you have PDT, you can always go with a call spread from here. You can always go with calls for Monday rather than 0 dates, so you don't get kicked out at the end of the day. You get like Monday calls, Monday call spread, run this up into the close, and then close your position so you don't get kicked out at 3:30 or 3:45, whatever it is. If you want to see that all-time high up here, into the bell, or even a melt up into 4 o'clock. We could possibly melt up into the close today. And by the way, today is Friday. So congratulations if you survived this week and didn't blow your account up. If you did blow up your account this week, I want to talk to you about something else. So if any of you out there watching the show and you're red and you have a small account, if you are red and you have a small account, I want to tell you two things. Two things. We are in our second part of seasonal weakness in the year. If you're a buyer, this should preface this. If you're a buyer, bull, I only like long cap, or you're like, I'm buy curious, but privately you're not. If you're a buyer, this is the wrong time of the year to be longing the market. Where it's easy. If you're that buyer, you want to be the easy button. If you don't have a lot of money, come back mid-September, mid-September, late October, no matter where the market is. You want a market that's more supportive of what you're doing. You want every edge that you can get. Does that make sense? I hope it does. We're asking, like, is this the seasonal low today? Is kind of absurd. It's irrational to say that. And it doesn't matter where we are in price in October 2nd or 3rd or whatever. It's an absurd question with no edge. Not historically, it isn't. You take up every single year. You look at them, even the last 10 years, in September, October, normally we blast down. It was one of the worst returning months of the year is September, and the print comes in early October. That's why you get like September, October, November, December. That's why you hear those memes being spoken about. So this is the wrong time for an account builder to be trying to build an account on the long side, in my view, on average. That's 70% of you that are building an account. This is the wrong time, unless you're sitting way on the edges. And then think yourself, too, yesterday. I want you to think about the day before yesterday, like self-inflect inflection on this. I want you to think about yesterday and the day before. Were you bearish or bullish? I'm bullish. Were you bearish or bullish? Are you trying to buy a top right now for a little bit of melt up, or were you trying to scrape the lows? And then what was your strategy? Was it call spreads a month out? Is it weekly call spreads? Is it weeklies or monthly calls or something? Was it just owning SPY? Or is it, I'm going to just burn myself up for 3 days on 0 dates until I have to go back to work? Or I'm too scared to get long, and now I want to get long. That's another thing. Like, I feel bulled up right now, bro. You got to fight those feelings that I'm bulled up right now. You got to feel like I'm just going to be patient, wait for a pullback that I can get on. Let me just show you this really quick, how quickly this can happen. Just so you can see it right here. We can plunge without a blink of an eye today. I don't think we're going to, but we can plunge down here like it's nobody's business. Nobody, like, let a blink. Like, that can happen right there. That's like a 30% chance right there. I don't think it happens. Personally, I think we melt up into the close, but like, can you handle that trade or no? Do you have a call? If you had a call spread on for time, you could blast down here, and then you wait for the print next week or the week after, or September 2nd or something. Or you're patiently waiting for the next trade down here, like the rest of us over here, right? It's like patiently waiting all along the way. Put on a long or whatever. Matter of fact, let's take a look at velocity really quick. Yeah, we could probably go up. Here's a 30-minute velo. I can show you this right here. Here's where right about here. Let's just see where we're at. So like on average, this is the prior one right here. Well, let's make this white so you can see it. Just let's look at this right here. There's more uppy to go here, right? Or can be. Ready? FOMO, 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 down. Down, right? Now there's a little bit more room to run here. A little bit more. But we're still like, were you trying to get these lows down here? Let's look at that really quick. Hold on. Do you see the low, the higher 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 low? Let's see the turn right here. You know, are you getting bulled up down here or not? Are you getting bulled up down here or not? And we always come back down. You know, some kind of comeback down. Let's look at prior history. Right here. You know, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, right? And we even have these right here, right? So you have to wait for price action to show you the way higher if we're going to go higher. But you get what I'm saying? Like be patient is the point I'm trying to make. Yes. You guys want to see this? Hold on. We'll do it together again. Hold on. And delete everything. Let's look at this together. So just so you can see this right here. What I think happens today is something like this. Something just like that. But there's no guarantee. You wake up on Monday. It's like that. That's what I think happens. But there's no guarantees of it, right? You know, even if this happens here, here's your green line. Actually, this would be something like this. And then a drop down here. This becomes your support. But you could still be waiting right here. You know, you're this guy buying down here. And this is distribution. And then you're Johnny on the spot again right here. Make sense? Or wherever this green line comes up right here. Here's the halfback trade right there. Let me delete all this. Oh, no. Damn it. Hold on a second here. And Velo. So let's look at this together. Now, we want to, if you don't know about this, so we got something here, right? We got equal legs, right? Here's your first leg. There's your cup and handle to go up, right? There's your halfback trade. You want to see the new high for this to hold, right? You don't want to lose 20% of this candle. Let's look at this real quick. Let's look at this real quick on a daily basis. So here's your candle right here, right? So you want this candle to hold. And you're looking for the all-time high. Right? Woohoo, all-time high, baby. We just got it, I think. I think I might have just gotten it. If you get that all-time high, then you are looking for that halfback trade either here, to go higher right there. And it doesn't matter if it goes like this to get there. Let's just take a peek here and see if we got it. Nope. I don't think so. Yeah, still haven't gotten the all-time high. Cash market we have, but not in the, we've gotten the all-time high in cash market, but not pre-market. This is the pre-market high right here. And just see it right here. Gap to close down below here. We have our line right here. We can come all the way back down to 638.21. We can take all that back. That's nobody's business. That whole trade. And still be bullish. You can literally take that whole trade back and then be bullish. Whole thing. Let's look on the weekly. Now, this is Friday, right? Today's Friday, right? Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Remember, watch closely here. Watch closely. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, right? Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Now I want you to remember last Friday and last Thursday. I want to remember these two right here. So we're at the end of a week. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to get a new weekly bar over here. Okay? I want to show you where that is. Right here. This is 621.74. Okay? No matter where we go next week or today, right? This is your halfback trade. Next week, weekly low would be, the expectation would be somewhere down there for continuation higher. Okay? We'll leave this here. This will show up next week on Monday. Let's go back to a day. You can see it right here, right? And we'll get a new one on Monday, but you get a weekly. This will be a W next week. Here's your back test level. This is your halfback trade right here. This is your halfback. 640.88. Look at this, no 4 hours here. There's one down here. Look at how low that is. This is where the pain lives. When you hear about wicking, you know, turn this red. So you blast all the way down here. This would actually be a candle. This would be your wick right here. This is where pain is. Let's check the 1 hour. We'll come back here. We'll go back to the 4 hour here in just a minute. Okay, so this is good to see. This is all we need to know here. We don't need to know anything about this stuff, these ones. We just need to know about this one right here. If you roll down like this, this is the candle. And your halfback trade wick is right there. Just like you have this wick right here. This is the body of this candle. Doesn't mean we trade all this. I'm just showing you what it would look like for reversals. This is 15 minutes in here. This is good and close enough for me. This is close enough for me. Not going to mark out these 15 minutes here. I'm not going to mark out these either. I just know that I've got two zones here. I've got a zone. I'll delete this in a minute, but I got a zone of buying here. And I have a zone of buying here. Notice how the hourly trigger right now at this time is right here. And also notice that that hourly trigger will be here at some point. This is 1600 today. We'll go all the way down here, couldn't we? And then up. There's your hourly trigger. And what do we need to know about this? You guys, a lot of you guys know about this stuff, right? What is this called? It's called Poop Island, right? We know what Poop Island is, right? Up, down, oh, here. Up, down, or up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Sellers trying to come in. Right? Where's the wick? Right here, right? This looks like a big candle green. Red candle right here. Wick right here. Check this again. Just check this really quick. A little bit finer on this. You can actually see it's a little bit lower. It's like right here. It's actually higher. It's right here. If the buyers are still here, they're right here. We got these buyers right here. We got these ones right here. Up, down. Same group of buyers was right over here. See them right here? I'll show you this. It's up here, right? Up here, up here, here. So these buyers are gone. Came back down to test these buyers right here. Buying again. We're going to go back in time, though, and look at this stuff over here. It's 9:30. I want to show you guys something else really quick. This is cash market right here. You want to go from the first You want to look for the on the drop, the first red box right here. Not this wick, but this one right there. Second one, depending on how you look at it or call it, right there. You got another one. This one's hard to read right here. There's another one up in here somewhere, and it's hard to read because I would just call this right here. Probably another one here. Right there. You can see that. Now, what can we take away from this? Oh, shit. Sorry about that. What can we divine from this? I didn't see any of this price action over here. I just went over there. I just went over there. Couldn't see any of this price action. Couldn't see any of it. So what can we take away from this? Pound, wick, pound. That's all good. Took this one out, right? That's all good. So these are gone. Don't need these. That's gone. That's good. Those are no longer there. The only thing we're waiting for now is this 646.95. They're really trying here, huh? 11:30 to 12 o'clock. Check this here. Now we're at 12:30, right? There's 12 o'clock right here. Let's just check this back time. And what am I looking for here? New low at the half. New low at the half. So new low. New low. Right? Do sellers have to do anything at the moment? The answer is no. So now you're going to come into the half, catch the low. Right? Now the onus is on sellers here, right? Or on buyers, excuse me. At 1 p.m. Buyers need whatever this low is right here. Sellers need this new low. Buyers need whatever this low is to be higher, right? So if we turn around here, buyers need to be above just that low right there. So you got like sellers trying to come in, buyers picking it back up. If we begin to blast down into this next half an hour, that means buyers are gone, right? What else does that tell us? It tells us that we likely we're going to trade all this, aren't we? Get all this down here. Can't do it. Boom, drop, right? Boom, drop down there, right? There's your 640. There's your 642. Before continuation to the upside. I don't think that happens, though. I'll be honest with you. I think we take this thing out right here. This is all noise to me for now. This is pretty bearish, but I don't think we're done here. I think we take this out into 4. We can buy puts in a minute. We're not quite there yet. Not quite bearish yet. Not quite yet. over there. Looking cleaner now. Why did I fuck that up? Tighter. There. Yep, right there. You got that right. There's no requirement that we come down here. Just see this is see how this is dotted. There is no requirement that we come down here, none at all. The way is higher. And there's something else kind of cool here. We talked about this yesterday. If we're able to get up high enough, there's something else cool here. I want to show you this. Remember these two zones down here? I want you to see this right here. This is the hourly trigger coming up. This is the half an hour trigger racing higher. This is support. The other cool thing is when we do roll down, this is likely going to roll down to the halfback trade right here. You'll bomb this down and then higher. This is your jump point right here. 642, 640.88, 642.49, 640.88. Bigger question would be, do we lose this here? So you got this buy here. And you got this one down below. Let's just look and see. Yep, hold on here. Just check this daily candle real quick. Yeah, you want to stay above that 638. 638.21. It's actually lower. I mean higher, excuse me. Right there. Right there. Maybe that helps with visualizing it. We can go up here. We don't need to go down. There's like no requirement that we go down here. We'll leave this one here so you can see it. Remember the 1 5-minute trigger? You want to know if we're going to lose this? See it right here. You're looking for this right here. You'd be looking for this new low right here. This is where you sell it right here. So you're not selling this right now. You would need to see the drop here. And then when it bounces right here and fails, remember this support line right here? This is where you'd be a seller. Right here. So still no selling. Do not be a seller here. It's a good place to buy, by the way. You don't know. You're not long. What do we have for target up here? 647. $647 right here. I'm like adding calls here right now. Adding PAX calls here. Hold on, wrong place. Remember, if they blast us down, there's one more up to get out. So your stops are here, but you execute your stops here. That's not good. I wanted to see the new high here. They have one more chance. There's the prior high. This one hasn't been hit. This is fine right so far. It's fine. I just need to get it like quick. If they don't, we'll roll. Let me show it to you here if you guys want to see it. I don't need to watch it. I just put it up here so you guys can see it. But there it is right there. This will tell you if it's top two. You need to see this new high. If you don't see it, it's progression. That'll tell you that we're going to roll two. Came out of a half an hour. You got a low, new low, high, lower high right now. That's bad. But if the bulls get it here, they get the new high, and then they put in a new low over here. That'll be fine. But if they don't, we'll find out. We'll know right here. Bull's still alive. They need to get that new high, though. The VIX perking up right now. Looking bearish on VIX, or bullish on VIX, bearish on SPOOs. VIX 9-day beginning to turn up. Almost there for bulls. Only a few more chances, bulls. Remember this low right here from the prior half hour. Here, I'll show you this one too. That's important. And we're looking to see if these buyers are still here. They're right here. Oh, you can't see that. Hold on. These buyers are right here. Right here. You're looking to see if they step in again. They need to pump it. All I want to see is all-time highs by 4 p.m. That's it. That's all I need to see. I don't give a fuck about the rest of it. Just all-time highs. All-time highs is right here. So you can see that. I'm adding like a motherfucker here if you don't know. Pay very close attention to this low. All the bulls need is a higher low right here. It's going to get saucy in here. Be careful. It's going to get volatile. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do you, oh, we already did this one, so we don't need that anymore. That's gone. We just need this white one now. That's it. All we need is the white one. Just painting little trees right there. That's it. Just paint some mountains in. That's it. That's all you got to do. Paint a little mountain, a little river. That's all you got to do. All you got to do is get up there and we'll start fucking them up. Watch this low, watch this high right here. There are 3 lower highs. That's not good. There's a low, a higher low, though. That's good. Don't want to see a new low here. Watch this one right here. Don't want to see that get violated at all. Don't want to see it. Don't like it. Not gonna like it. Wouldn't be prudent. Big giant sucking sound down there. Any of you guys remember what that's from? Anybody remember what that is from? You gotta be really old to remember that. Big giant sucking sound. Wouldn't be prudent. NAFTA. I think his name was Ross Perot. You guys are hearing a chirping noise? Sorry, hold on. I apologize for that. I'll turn it off. You shouldn't hear that chirping anymore. Sorry, it's from Discord. It tries to alert me of people chatting, but I can't always get in there and read it, so it doesn't need to be on. Watch this low right here. This is important. If we lose this low, they're going to take it.
The video for Trump, who's...
If we lose this low right here, they're going to take it down here.
The video is just got cameramen standing outside the Oval Office at the moment.
Uh-oh. Trump, baby.
I'd give it probably about maybe 30 minutes. Maybe.
We got Trump within 30 minutes to an hour. It's 1 o'clock right now. I can't tell. He likes to do these things at like 4 p.m., but it is Friday. He didn't trash Jerome today.
His oil recount.
He trashed other members.
Probably 539.
Right there. Watch this closely here. Watch that right here. Watch this closely. That's a new low. That's bad. Real bad. They are really trying to get this down there. Can you see that? Yeah, you can see that. No bueno. The low is down here, but still no bueno. They're trying to get that new low right now. That would become a bloodbath. Well, not bloodbath, but, you know, the next level is way down here. These are my stops here. Remember, I don't close my stops until We're going to roll. Not quite there yet, but we're going to roll. Downside target, 643.10.
Five minutes ago, till we get the Baker Hughes data. Baker Hughes total rig count prior 539, oil rig count prior 412.
The fuck is going on with that? There we go. About there. As the door gets shut in here, I want you to watch this and then this right here.
Surely expecting the Baker Hughes data.
It'll go like this and then down. Still long calls. Just a note here, though. This is the place to close if we fail this.
Baker Hughes US rig count 538, 538.
Watch this yellow bar right here.
That was total rigs.
Staying long here. So stop's not taken yet. Still long. That's gone. That's gone.
Baker Hughes US oil rig count
Still long here.
411.
Have not closed. I'm actually adding right now. Downside is closed, if you don't know. Well, they're real fucking dicks here, huh? I can't even add a bunch of shit here. They're just fucking boxing me out. They're cocksuckers. I'm trying to chase right now. I've been trying to add for like the past, right here. Trying to add. Thank you. I got to fill there somewhere. Another 100?
Trump has now started his press conference, and the video is on the feed for those interested.
Put this on for us here. Hold on. I don't see the fucking video feed. Is this the earlier one, maybe?
In Washington, D.C., it's a tremendous honor. Capital. I just left the Kennedy Center. We're spending a lot of money wisely on making it really beautiful. It's going to be beautiful again. It's like Washington, D.C. We had, by the way, in Washington, D.C. we have the lowest crime numbers they've had in years.
Dude, what the fuck is going on, man? Like, fucking pay me.
0 murders in the last week since we've done this. That's the first time in memory that that's happened. If you can believe it, how pathetic that is.
What the fuck are they doing here?
These people say how safe it was before we got here. It was unsafe. It was horrible. And Mayor Bowser better get her
Are they
ass straight.
fucking me?
Mayor very long because we'll take it over with the federal government, run it like it's supposed to be.
They're repricing as we're going up on fucking those? You gotta be shitting me.
Rat hole, and they do have a lot of rats. We're getting rid of them too. And we've made a lot of progress, and it was extremely unsafe, and now it's extremely safe. We had virtually...
The gremlins are in the back of the chain on next week right here.
And I'm trying to figure out where was the 13%, because I don't think it existed. The National Guard has been unbelievable, and they're working with the police, and they have some very good people in there. They have some people that shouldn't be police, actually. But
is this like Trump talking about meritocracy? We're moving to merit-based hiring now, and yet lowering the standard. There we go. There we go.
People are excited again. They're going out to restaurants again.
Are we talking about a meritocracy where we lower the standards for the FBI? Give me my fucking money.
Restaurant business, you can't get into a restaurant.
Give me my money. Go up there right fucking now. Like,
understand how bad and how dishonest the press is. I saw one poll that had us at 19.
Wait, it's higher.
On what we're doing with Washington. Then I saw another one that has us 94% favorable. And I can tell you the 94% is correct. The others are fake, just fake news. They got to get their act together. So bad for our country. So
they're low. Did you guys hear they're lowering the standards to join the FBI?
Really doing unbelievably well.
It's kind of like, sir, we got rid of all the DEI hires.
With contractors, we're making it unbelievable.
We got rid of all the immigrants.
But it needs a lot of work.
But now there's not enough people qualified for the FBI.
Competition, 48 teams will play in 104 games across.
So now we're going to lower the standards for the FBI.
To Vancouver, to Atlanta, to Miami.
Fucking classic.
So exciting for our country. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be one of the largest and most complex events.
Hold on a second. Where's the chat on this fucking thing?
In a way, it's like Johnny said it better. It's like having many Super Bowls in a short period of time. Because each one of these games essentially is a Super Bowl. Some of them are bigger than Super Bowls, actually. But they're essentially, each one of these games is like a Super Bowl. The 2026 FIFA World Cup will be the largest, most complex set of events in sports history. And the Kennedy Center will give it a phenomenal kickoff, and we'll be involved, and they'll be working over there for quite a bit of time. We have it all set that they can stay there for the big events, the big press conferences and everything else. And they'll be in a very safe capital. That'll be nice.
Look at that fucking chat go bananas.
But you could handle yourself.
I could.
Already FIFA is projecting 6 million loyal fans will attend the World Cup events next year, and 6 billion more are going to be watching back home, and they think the $6 billion number is going to be actually a low number. And this will drive more than $30 billion into the U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs in a short period of time, too. No sporting event attracts more attention, more fans, more viewers, or more revenue than the FIFA World Cup. And again, I'll just say it's the World Cup, and it's the biggest thing there is in sports, and we have it. And I got it in my first administration, and I was really somewhat devastated, as devastated as I can be. I don't have time to get too devastated. I was very happy that today, as you saw, the group that does this, a government group, radical left group, announced that Trump was right. Took in $4 trillion worth of tariffs. That the $4 trillion are going to reduce the deficit by numbers far greater than they ever expected or heard of. And by the way, the stock market went up 1,000 points.
Nice.
That was as of 10 minutes ago. I can't say that a lot of things happened, but the stock market.
He's pumping the market, baby.
And it's basically on the news that the release that just came out from government that the tariffs that everybody was talking about, that the whole world respects us for because of what we did. The tariffs are going to be at $4 trillion. They're going to reduce the deficit by $4 trillion, Mr. Vice President.
Pretty good, sir.
Too bad it's not 5, right?
That's right.
It's had a huge impact, and the stock market is way up. But this will drive more than $30 billion in U.S. economy and create 185,000 American jobs. No sporting event attracts more attention or more fans or anything else. And I just look forward to the draw. So we're going to have the draw, essentially, Johnny, at the Kennedy Center.
Yeah.
And by that time, it'll be in even better shape. We're working on it. It's about a year project to make it. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. You see the way this is looking? Look, nice. I can't tell you how much that gold costs. A lot of money. There's nothing like gold, and there's nothing like solid gold, but this beautiful office needed it. It had to be representative. When we took it over, it was dirty, not clean. I immediately changed the chair and had this beautiful desk.
Dude, what in the Christ is happening to my shit over here?
People that do this, they did a great job. We send it out. We have a craftsman who's great. But this was not appropriate for the Oval Office, what I took over. And now, you look at all those paintings you're allowed to turn back. All of these are great presidents, and they were all in the vaults. They were in vaults for some cases much more than 100 years, and now they're proudly hanging on the Oval Office walls. And I can't imagine anybody changing it. But they were buried in vaults for over 100 years, many of them. So it's very exciting. People come in, they really love it. They love what we're doing here. They love what we're doing in D.C., and they love what we're doing, most importantly, in the country and the world. I'd like to ask Johnny to say a few words. He's the head of the whole thing. He's been there for a long time, probably the most respected man in sports. He's amazing, actually.
Come on, keep going higher.
And he's got
melt this fucker straight up to the moon.
Here to the United States, and a little
melt this right into the fucking clothes. Just keep melting.
I'm a good citizen. I said, let them have a little piece. So we gave a little to Canada. See how nice I am? And we gave a little bit to Mexico. And Johnny, please say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, President. Great honor for me to be here with you today, President, Vice President, Excellencies. Fantastic to announce what you said, which is the
I have a bunch of I have a fuck ton of stuff on right now that's not printing.
Of December here in the country.
They're printing it briefly, then not, printing it briefly, then not. And I had a moment here where we had 2 green bars, and my calls were going down in value.
Viewers will watch it.
They're repricing as we go up right now.
The match schedule, which 48 participants.
They don't give a fuck if it's a green candle or a red candle. They're just nope, lower the the chain right now.
The greatest event. Not just a sports event, it's a social event.
But I'm not on today's chain, I'm on Mondays.
Mr. President, united the world.
I got off today's chain earlier.
American. We are very proud of that. And those teams...
I'm rolling into Monday already. They're repricing Monday right now.
In this...
Even on green candles, they're repricing Monday.
They will all be proud to be part of writing this history. And that's why we brought as well this, which is the winner's trophy. It is the trophy that the winner of the FIFA World Cup wins. Only.
Is this it?
Presidents.
I thought we already did the FIFA Cup.
And then those who win can touch it, because it's for winners only. And since you are a winner, of course, you can as well touch it. It's pretty heavy. Yeah. It's the winner trophy.
Is this where? Did you guys hear that? Trump stole the trophy.
And here it is.
So they had to make him another trophy. And then he stole something else. He stole 2 things, walked away, pocketed shit.
That's serious.
It fits well.
It goes very well on the wall. Right?
You guys know how corrupt FIFA is too? FIFA, depending on where you're from. It's super corrupt, hella corrupt. That's probably a solid gold statue, solid.
6 billion viewers for the World Cup. 6 million coming to the matches. 30 billion.
That's fucking. This is gains for what is gains for fucking.
This will be absolutely fantastic. The biggest event.
This is gains. What is This is gains for ants right now.
In Washington D.C. at the Kennedy Center or the Trump Kennedy Center, we'll see that how it will be called on the 5th of September at noon sharp. 5th of December, noon sharp. Then, if I may...
Will they be doing most of the draws, all of the draws at the Kennedy? Well, how are you going to do that?
Yes, we'll do that at the Kennedy Center. We'll do all the other meetings around it with the coaches, with the broadcasters, with the sponsors, everything at the Kennedy Center. The whole World Cup starts, and everyone will be happy because everyone has qualified for the World Cup, and they didn't yet play a game, so they didn't lose yet a game. So they all think they can become world champion, right?
They'll all be happy.
Exactly. Now,
by the way, an example, supposing we had a week ago when everybody was being killed and mugged and everything else, despite the phony numbers that were given out, that it was getting better. Brian, do you believe it was getting better or getting worse?
Oh, the crime was getting worse. I mean, I was robbed. It was getting way worse.
Yeah. How did the other guy come out?
Well, he came out with my briefcase, unfortunately. Yeah. Robert 1, Brian 0.
No, but can you imagine you do this and then you start hearing that they had a 20...
Squeeze this shit. Melt this up into the fucking bell.
During the Biden...
More.
...than anybody's ever imagined possible. And I guarantee you he wouldn't be here if those numbers continued. But now we have total...
Watch out for a squeeze here, boys.
In 3 months, 0 people. These are done by liberal people that do these charts. 0 people came through our border in the last 90 days. Can you believe it? 0. Last year we had...
Look at him holding his golden fucking crown. Look at his fucking... Look at the fucking... He's got it in his hands.
They came
So fucked up.
That shouldn't be here. So now when we have this event in December, it's going to be very safe. Johnny, you can walk down the street with your beautiful wife.
I mean, I give it to him. Don't get me wrong. It's so absurdist.
I know. They're all full. I heard that too. The restaurants aren't... The restaurants, since we are doing this, are doing great. And many new restaurants are going to open because, as you know, many closed. Many restaurants closed because the crime was so bad. This will be one of the safest places anywhere.
What was that with the stands? I played soccer in college. I played NCAA soccer in college. I was travel team.
Regular military, I
was a sweeper stopper. I played for years. I've been to multiple. I actually have season passes to our local soccer team. I take the kids there all the time and the wife.
Very, very safe.
Fucking love soccer. As a matter of fact, we've got a World Cup coming to the U.S. I keep looking. The tickets are almost open. Does anybody here sign? I've signed up for them. I signed up for like the. Alerts for when they release them.
Mr. Vice President.
I signed up for the VIP package. I want to go.
Red hats, just like this one, but they're wearing red hats. African American.
I went and watched Mexico-U.S. play in 2000.
Chicago.
Was it 2000 Cup when we beat Mexico for the first time? I was at that match.
They want something to happen, so I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York, and we're going to help with.
Fucking World Cup is huge.
And a lot of these people that you see on television.
Those stadiums will make an American stadium blush, right? Some of the stadiums in Mexico are fucking stupidly big too.
Here, because half of them got mugged.
They're ghetto, but they're big.
But they work for they work for stupid people that are radical left, and they're made to do things and say things. That
Yeah.
But the people right here are all happy because you're not going to be mugged in Washington.
They are going to be absurd. That's why I signed up.
I just want to say Johnny's been.
But that's why I signed up for those tickets. I want the chance to at least get them.
Red carpet. Andrew, you're going to be fantastic. Rick is going to be everything Rick ever touched.
Send it up there. You trapped them in. Just fucking send it.
With me on the Kennedy Center.
They're already trapped. Just send it.
An actor on Broadway for 5 years, right? And
take every one of their stops up here, all the way to the top. Easy peasy.
Excited about it?
Absolutely.
Would you like to say something?
This is a great opportunity, Mr. President, to show off the first 250 years of the United States of America, the greatness, and then the hope and promise of the next 250 years. When you think this World Cup is going to be over our 250th birthday, Mr. President,
let me show you guys this guy talking. This Guido. No,
this is
this guy.
a sporting event.
Like, Mr. President.
Under the Trump administration. So very excited.
I just want to say one thing, Andrew.
Really excited, Mr. President.
The greatest mayor in the history of New York, I think by far. He took a ravaged city, a city that was really under siege. Probably most people thought it was going to survive. He turned it around. He was a great, great mayor. And then they treated him very, very unfairly. You go back and tell your father all of the things that have come out over the last couple of months through Tulsi and through all of the people, Cash, everybody.
Cash money moves around me. Trump's like repeating cream.
100% correct. And tell him
can't do it.
Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's been amazing. What he had to go through was very, very unfair. Nasty. These are bad people.
He's like singing lines from like Wu-Tang right now.
Sure, Mr. President. Thank you, and thanks to Johnny for being here. We're very thrilled about the World Cup.
Oh, there he is.
The president said about crime in Washington, D.C. This is the national capital of the greatest nation in the world, and we had murder rates just a few weeks ago that rivaled some of the worst third world cities anywhere, even in very, very poor regions of the world. Why did we accept that? Why did we allow it to happen? We allowed it to happen because we had broken leadership in Washington, D.C., and unfortunately sitting behind the resolute desk. What we have shown in just under 2 weeks of taking law enforcement seriously is that the American people can have their streets back if their leadership is willing to put in the time and the resources. Mr. President, you've shown in Washington, D.C. that we can have safe streets again. We've just got to have the political willpower to focus on the bad guys and to give the American people back their communities. We are focused on doing that thanks to the President's leadership.
Thank you. And that's a really very small percentage. It's 2%, 3%, but that 2% and 3% wreaks just havoc throughout a community. People are petrified, and I notice a couple of the women in the back are shaking their head, yes, yes, yes. I won't report who you are because you'll end up losing your jobs, but it's true. It's amazing. And the police, and you look at the D.C. National Guard, I saw pictures of them last night getting off vans and all, and I saw some bad ones running, but they're not running so much anymore. They're not there. They're just not even, they're not even trying. You're totally safe. Now, there'll be something happening sometime. I don't know. Maybe it won't be for a long time. But this was every night would get reports of people being mugged. And
they're going to need somebody better than Vance.
Last night, you had a badly...
So I'll say this. I liked Vance when he was debating dipshit Walls. Sorry, he's a dipshit. And but I thought J.D. Vance speaking and debating would be horrible. He was good. I got to say that. But he can't do it. He can't win against Newsom in my book. There's no fucking way.
Before this happened to
They're going to have to break out another Trump or someone like, someone with charisma. J.D. Vance does great as debating, but I think Newsom will crush him just on, like popularity, just on the popularity contest from high school and shit. People are dumb as fuck, right?
At Kennedy Center, and we're going to beautify the city like it has it. And we're working with Clark Construction, the biggest.
They're going to need to Brit the MAGA, not Republicans. MAGA. Republicans aren't MAGA, right? MAGA's their own thing.
And the head of.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Oh yeah. Oh.
The biggest work, and they're doing.
Oh.
They've been doing a fantastic.
Oh yeah.
You're going to have a fantastic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Yes.
Before. We'll get it done very quickly.
Just the tip. Just the tip. Do it right there.
They're doing a lot of work in a lot of different locations, but they've been fantastic for getting us the right contractors and the people that can really.
They're going to need somebody better than Vance. He's a great debater, and I think he did really well against Walls, but I think that, popularity-wise, they need to find, a debater like Walls or, J.D. Vance, but, he looks like a football player or some stupid shit like that, Or, he's like Trump or something. The one thing all these presidents have in common is that they have charisma. These days. It wasn't always like that, but, modern presidencies, it's pretty much charisma and, what you've done and all that kind of shit. Even Biden was like a football hero, too, right?
Seed 1 is ticket number 4547. And it's for the final.
Goddamn, I'm fucking fighting tooth and nail for this money today.
So you have your ticket already for the final. All the others, 10th of September.
By the end of this day. Just a quick word to you. In this particular Friday today, I think we melt up into the bell.
100%.
But I lose a lot of money at closes on Fridays.
People will come to this country, and we'll make sure they get their.
I don't know if I want to stay long.
Their money and enjoy the sporting event.
Into the close today, I haven't decided yet.
of something that my dad used to say all the time.
Normally what happens is we come in at like 2:30.
You kids need to look like you.
And we're at 1:30 right now. I just want to speak to you guys about this. So like 2 o'clock to 2:30, what happens is we normally roll, and then I'm down there trying to buy a dip, and we get pinned in.
And people want because it's safe, it's clean, it's beautiful.
I don't think that happens today, but just be aware of it. On Fridays, I'll give back like $5,000. That shit pisses me off like every Friday. Like I give away like $5,000 to the market.
And
not every Friday, but like 4 out of 5 of them. It's enough that I see it. I see it. If you want to get out up here, get off the bus, you can. Right on this yellow bar right here, just above it. There's the next target. This is the all-time high up here. The only thing left now is this one and this one.
I want to thank Christy for another reason.
We'll look for a dip up here.
I built hundreds of miles of wall. I built the same
wall.
Patrol asked me to build. It wasn't my first choice. I wanted to do concrete plank and everything nice, but you wouldn't have been able to see through it. So I had Border Patrol in, and they tested everything else. And we gave them steel wall, high-grade steel, very hard to cut. Then we gave inside that is 9,000-pound concrete, which is a very tough concrete. Inside that is rebar, a big, fat piece of rebar. So you have all different materials that are very hard to cut, and you need different instruments to cut each one. And I said, Kristen, we got to get a coat of paint on it. And I didn't know she was listening, but I said, we got to get a coat of paint, and it should be black, because black makes the steel very hot. It's untouchable. You could fry an egg on it. And if you got a good black, flat paint, it would look beautiful. It will preserve it from rust. And that was it. And I gave it to her along with 30 other things, and she's done such a good job on the border with Tom Holman and the group. Tom Holman's a fantastic guy, what the job he does, and the way they work together. So I turned on last night, and I see Christie's painting the wall. And it looked beautiful, by the way, when that paint went over there.
And it's hot.
It's hot.
Yes, it is.
It's hot. If it's white, it's not hot. If it's black, it's going to be very hard to climb that sucker. It's not going to be easy. But it's black and a high-quality black. It really looked good.
Yeah, we got
Is that going to be a two-coat?
Yes. Yeah, he's saying he wants a big black piece of metal.
Yep. The two-coat will take place in 3 years from now. Right? We'll do the second coat. But it looks beautiful. But thank you very much. I didn't know you were listening to that.
I'm just going to slap some black paint on it.
And all of a sudden I see her out there painting with a lot of painters and everything else. But it was a beautiful thing to say.
It's a beautiful thing. Painting, painters. This sounds like a fucking skit from the Jerky Boys.
Announcement, but we're also looking forward to having.
Do you remember the Jerky Boys?
July 19th in New York, New Jersey.
We're going to be there.
Hey, I'm a painter. You got a job for a painter?
I'd like to thank you all. Do you have any questions?
I love to paint.
It's going to be a big event.
I'll paint you up. You paint me up.
Will you have a part to play on this?
Me? No, I'm not coming on to you. I just like to paint things, like paint walls, paint my toenails, paint other people.
We call it soccer, but I see the money.
Did you guys know the Jerky Boys back in the day?
I may try and play. I'm a very good.
Lots of paint. Best paint ever.
Very good athlete.
Black paint. Painters everywhere.
On the tall side for soccer. Yeah. He's 6'9". That's pretty tall, but
that's pretty tall.
it's on the tall side.
Do you remember that Despacito?
I may put on shorts. I look extremely good in shorts.
I look extremely good in shorts.
No, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be good.
Many foreigners.
He's making me cry right now. Some of the shit he's saying.
Event,
Best shorts ever.
Concern about the
shorts only look good on me.
Yeah, they're going to have a very easy time getting in. Certain countries are going to be very.
The best shorts.
Other countries are going to be
gold shorts.
more difficult. Would you like?
Wait till you see it. It's going to be amazing. You're going to love it.
We have a process set up that we'll be implementing on getting visas approved. Everybody will be thoroughly vetted, but they'll be welcome to this country. It'll happen quickly, and we're excited for them to come. So I would hope that around the world, people know that the United States is excited to bring their family here to enjoy this event.
Looks like Kristi Noem had a.
Welcomes the world.
Yes.
And I can really, from the collaboration that we have, testify for that. Absolutely. Thank you.
And I was just sent a picture from somebody that wants to be there very badly.
Oh, that's a good point, Hank.
Of our country, but not so respectful of others. But he'll.
He's saying that Hank in our Discord saying that did Trump just signal to short the market from talking about his shorts?
who I believe will be
just reached all-time highs, up 1,000 points. Love my shorts.
depending on what happens. We have a lot of things happening over there.
Christy Nome looks like she had the mechanics came out and worked on her.
Okay of me, but nice of him. It was sent to me. Okay.
Christy Nome's looking pretty good today. I think she must have had some work done after that South Park shit.
Yesterday, a big U.S. factory was hit in a Russian airstrike in Ukraine.
She might have hit up the local plastic surgeon the past couple weeks.
Anything having to do with that war. I settled 7 wars, and actually, if you think about pre-wars, add 3 more, so it would be 10. I thought this would be
pre-wars
in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty. No, I'm not happy about anything about that war. Nothing. Not happy at all. We'll see what happens. I think over the next 2 weeks, we're going to find out which way it's going to go. And I better be very happy.
Mr. President, I had a very good call with Prime Minister Carney of Canada yesterday morning.
Yes.
Actually, Canada is taking away some retaliatory tariffs.
He's removing his tariff.
Exactly.
He's removing his retaliatory.
No, I never heard of a pre-war before.
We had a very good call.
You're getting closer towards an
Well, I like
agreement on trade?
I like
I've never heard of pre-wars. Is there an entry in
Canada?
Is there an entry in
Our business over the years, over 25, 30 years, especially during the Biden years. They took a lot of our business, and it's basically all coming back into the United States now. Well, hot as a pistol, and it's coming back in because of tariffs and the incentives we give. It's coming back, and it's impossible, I think, for another country to stop it. And we are working on something. We want to be very good to Canada. I like Carney a lot. I think he's a good person, and we had a very good talk yesterday. So I think.
Oh God, so bad.
About the search of Ambassador Bolton's home, the Vice President recently just did an interview saying that it's about classified documents, but that there's also broad concern about him.
Pre-wars. What's the movie with fucking movie with Tom Cruise with when he's in the thingy and they stop you from pre-crimes.
You know, I don't like to go around saying that, but I am. That's the position.
It's entertaining as fuck. Like.
Want to really get it.
I've always said he's great for the stock market. My family hates me because my wife's like, why do you like Trump? And I'm like, because he's good for the stock market. And of course, I have to take that hat off and be like, but my Main Street, fuck Trump,
News, which I do. I guess.
But she doesn't think that I should be humored by this.
Call Mar-a-Lago. They went through everything they could, including.
I mean, even the Democrats really like the Democrats love the Gary Newsom the Newsom Gary Newsom press office.
You can imagine.
That's just Trump, right? It's like Newsom's acting like Trump, and people find that funny as fuck too.
This wasn't.
Because it's absurdist, right? It's like pure absurdity. It's all absurdist.
Not a good feeling. Thank you.
I mean, if you were to I remember Dr. CS at one point found the spreadsheets from Wall Street.
It takes 2 to tango.
Like the interns are tracking all of everything that Trump says.
At the meeting, but a lot of.
And so Dr. CS dumped a bunch of files, spreadsheets from the street.
Maybe that's true. Maybe.
That showed how they were tracking what Trump says.
Continue to die.
And it you could probably just there's probably enough video and audio out there that you could just tell any story you wanted from any perspective, and he's taken that perspective at some point in his career.
In Pakistan, I was getting ready to be.
He says everything if anybody had done this, I'd have them fired, and then he takes the opposite side of it.
Tremendous amount of hatred.
You could just tell you could argue anything with the clips that you have of Donald Trump.
Which way I'm going.
I find it to be quite absurdist, but
Learn which way I'm going.
Okay, so just watch this here. There's a little bit of weakness here, but that's okay. What they're going to do is try to pump this up like this. Oh, hold on here.
FIFA will have
Get the new high right here.
message to the mayors to get their cities prepared.
We're going to grind this all out to get up here into 4 p.m.
Well, Los Angeles is an example. It's poorly run. We have a mayor there that.
You got to admit.
To the people that lost their houses. Lee Zeldin got every permit, the hardest permit.
Even if you don't like Trump, you got to admit it's fucking hilarious.
Every single permit was there for the people to build their houses.
or just like hilarious. I don't know if it's hilarious and like hey, this is funny. It's like just absurd, like hearing it out of his mouth. Like, did you guys see that they lowered the standards for the FBI? Like, remember, we're being told. Let's be honest here. We're being told, get rid of DEI hires.
Built already. But
We're being told immigrants are not welcome.
It's the most complex.
Forget the illegal immigrants. If you look at foreigners coming to the United States in any capacity, it's way down. Any capacity. Visiting, touring, vacation. People are afraid to come to the United States right now. So we have, like, we rely upon minorities and women. And I guess maybe they're not a minority, but they're treated like that, right? So you got like minorities, women, people that might not have access to maybe social and economic minorities too. Like minorities encompasses a large group. So those are like pools of people it actually is what makes America great, right?
They want to, and they're unable to get permits.
And when you have a smaller pool of people, you can't fill positions that require either high levels of education, high standards of truth, maybe. Like the FBI is like that. They recruit at like BYU for that reason. People that actually have never had a drink or done a drug or knowingly committed a crime.
He said we could have never.
As a matter of fact, there was a big math competition recently. A world math competition. And the U.S. Was filled with, recent immigrant families. It was like American Indian guy, American Chinese guy. Like, wasn't a bunch of like these white guys like me, like middle class white American guy like me. I'm lazy. But the U.S. is based upon a better life, right? Giving those opportunities to these people that
especially
excel and work harder, and they're not comfortable and trying to gain a foothold in society, right? Break through social walls, cultural walls, economic walls. And those people tend to do really great stuff. That's what makes America great, right? Immigration has been great for the United States. We take the best and brightest from around the world, from repressed regimes or poor societies, and we give them the opportunity to make life. That's the American dream, isn't it? My parents, your parents, grandparents, great parents. Kind of like
I think it's going to be very easy to get. It's
kind of like when I see people step over.
I wouldn't even know where to spend the number.
I won't bring that up, but
money to beautify the city.
It makes me think of like I'm Irish, right? So it makes me think of like when I was a kid.
The violence
when I was very young
in the country, actually.
In Boston,
where
I was born, they would the Irish American clubs would sponsor IRA terrorists after they were released from prison to move to the United States.
No problem getting that money.
And on St. Patrick's Day, you'd be there, and they would do like a dinner for an ex-prisoner terrorist from Ireland. And I always think about that as an adult. I'm like, man, I never see Irish Americans talking about that. Like that back in the day, they would sponsor what was considered a terrorist.
22 days left or something.
To reintegrate into society in the U.S. But anyways, the greater point here is that
I'm going to just say it's a national.
Our pool of applicants is shrinking. The military is like that right now too. Like military recruitment numbers are up, but it's because we've lowered standards and we're signing high school kids up. So we're pumping the numbers for new soldiers. So let's say we have this isn't real, but say we need 10,000 soldiers. Every year it's been going down and down and down and down and down. And so we said, we're going to go with merit-based military service.
I think I'll know the attitude of
and you're like, look, the numbers are up. But the reason the numbers are up is because they've changed the standards. They've lowered them. And they're now signing up kids in high school under 17 and a half.
And that's whether
they're doing like 16-year-old kids, and these kids that they're signing up cannot pass PFSC, PFT, or I forget what it's called, but there's like a physical fitness test. Yeah, PFT or PFT or something like that was called.
Stupid people.
So like so what they're doing is they're going to like kids under 18 years old, under 17, signing them to a contract, and then they put them on a program to lose weight or be better in school, but there's no guarantee that they will be.
Stood for it.
So the numbers look good right now, but like in a year or two, they're not going to look that good. And you can keep rolling those kids into it too, even if you kick them out. So on the books, it looks good. Like, hey, well, look, recruitment's up for the Army, but it's kind of a fake number because you've now like changed the standard. So let's say this year we have 5,000, and we change these standards and change how we're bringing kids in. So now it's 6,000. But if all those if the extra 1,000 kids wash out, it doesn't matter because you're going to get another round of them next year. So it's not a real number. It's fake. It's like bullshit numbers.
For 31 years, and it was machine.
Anyways, it's absurd.
People were getting their heads chopped off. That was going on for 31 years. I got it solved. You saw it. They came to the White House that we signed.
I think Joe Donut talks about this, like when you change the standards or the numbers or whatever, it looks good on paper, but we just revert to those numbers.
Just the opposite. Hillary Clinton.
Does that make sense to you guys? Do you guys know that that's going on? It's going on right now in high schools.
Are you saying there's a real possibility then that you do nothing?
Then before, what would happen would be this. I'll give you the before. You turn 17 and a half. You get to go to a recruiter. They bring you for ASVAB first. I have to think back. It's been a long time. You take your ASVAB test. If you pass that, I think functionally illiterate's like a 30 or something. You get like 100 to 130. You're pretty fucking smart. But my point here is that in the past at 17 and a half, you'd take the ASVAB. Then you would go to MEPS.
Totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that
You'd pass a medical physical of some kind. It was physical and some mental stuff. They ask you questions about your mental health and stuff. You're in the care of a mental health professional. You're on any drugs prescribed to you, right?
That's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax.
And during that time period, your recruiter
And the Democrats
looks at you and says, "Can this guy do sit-ups, push-ups, and pull-ups and do a run?" And normally these kids kind of can or kind of can't, or at least when I was young. I know a lot of that's changed.
bring that up.
But then they would, what the drill sergeant, or not drill sergeants, what recruiters would do is put you in like a civilian boot camp. They'd be like, "Hey, there's we're going to do this boot camp on a weekend. Start practicing, working out, getting better in your workouts, all that kind of stuff." So that when it's time for you to go to basic training, you have to meet a minimum standard for physical requirements. So you show up to basic training, and most people fail, or they fail you intentionally. Like, that's not a push-up. They'll just go 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. 5 more push-ups, 1 or 2. But normally the kids that are there, they're pre-screened. And you're not signing a contract until you've done those other prerequisites. Now it's not like that. Now it's just like, this kid can't get in the military. I know they can't. I'm a recruiter. I'm like, this kid either can't get in because of education, can't get in because some kind of medical waiver that they need, or they can't pass the physical requirements. So they sign them already, and they put them into like a combine, either educational, medical, or physical, way younger, and they add them to the roles as a soldier, even though they're not. They haven't passed any of that shit. They haven't fucking taken their ASVAB. They haven't fucking gone to MEPS. They haven't fucking gone anywhere. They haven't done anything. It's kind of like a bullshit thing. I mean, I like the idea of it, but I like the idea of that. It helps kids to get, become either physically fit or smarter or whatever. But we're using those numbers to pump up numbers that are bullshit.
In the Oval Office, and she's so happy that she has a great.
Whatever it is.
People aren't ripping us anymore. They're
all-time highs right here.
This country is run by smart people now.
Mr. President, in Israel, two questions. One is about Intel.
Like, let me tell you a story. I'll tell you guys a story. So, like,
about the 10%.
About the 10%.
When I was first in the Army,
call for his removal because I saw something by.
When I first started going to training, on average, I ran about a 10:52 mile.
And he wrote a pretty nasty.
10:50, 2 mile. That's a sub 5 minute 4 mile, a sub 5 minute 4 first mile, and like a 5 minute whatever second mile, 6 minutes second mile, whatever. But it's pretty good.
A victim, but no.
And I was in the middle of the pack. So if any of you guys are ex-military today, like if you guys are young soldier or young veterans or whatever, when I was middle of the pack runner. And I wasn't trying. I was like, this is all I need to do to get through this. I always ran middle of the pack. I never wanted to be in the front pack, and I think it was like ABC group.
Some of the people because Intel should have never been. Intel was the biggest, most.
I want to see kids today run a 10:52 mile.
And then they started leaving.
I know they can't run it.
To foreign countries, in particular Taiwan.
Like 70% guarantee they can't run a 10:52 mile.
Go to Taiwan, but we're going to put a
Guaranteed.
For 200 or 300 or 500% tariff. Anybody that sells into the United States has to pay. They wouldn't have left.
I bet no more than 30% can run that.
In some cases, good politicians that weren't.
And at least 70% used to be able to run that normal. And that's like nonstop, just 2 straight miles. You want to be running like a 5 minute mile, 4 or 5 minute mile.
50% of our car industry. But
can you imagine running a 450 mile? I could do that when I was younger.
Intel.
I could run like a 450, 440, 430. I bet I could do a 430 if I really fucking needed to.
And I said, I think you should.
Not anymore, but back then I could.
And they said, yeah.
I'm an old fucking man now. Broken.
I don't get it.
I don't recommend that either. Let's be honest. There's some benefits to being a kid today, though. I'm talking all this shit, but there's some benefit to being a kid today.
It's a great deal.
If you can find that balance of like health and exercise without destroying yourself when you get old, that's amazing. So if you're young and listening to me right now, or watching me right now,
restrictive covenants with.
I wish I hadn't done a lot of the shit that I did as a kid. I really beat my body up.
To unrestrict the covenant, nothing to do with losing our power.
It was pretty bad.
Anything, because that I would.
Like, I could be a bionic man today for all the stupid shit I did to myself.
That actually help us, and if we're going to give somebody a restricted covenant, we have a strong restrictive covenant on certain industries, and I will.
We don't need this right now, but I'd like to see it right there.
Opening on a to do a lot of business, which is good for us, as long as it doesn't hurt us in a security or military way.
If you're young, tell me in the chat. If you're under 30, I could run that one into my like late 20s, early 30s. I could run that into literally like so I was like 28, maybe 30. If you're under 30 years old and you're watching the show, can you run under an 11-minute 2 mile? Can you run a sub 5-minute 1 mile? Let me ask you that.
But the country never did it.
Although it's brutal when you start on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mile and 5th mile, it's terrible.
You said Chicago might be next. Are you have there been concrete steps that the administration is taking to do that? Or what?
You're hauling ass, just so you know. Like you're like Forrest Gump running. Anything lower than that, you're like Forrest Gump.
Chicago is very dangerous. Great place.
I know. It's fast. You're hauling ass. You have to be consistent too. There's no like slowing down, speeding up. You're fucking moving.
A great friend of mine passed away.
With stamina.
Very successful Lowe's.
I think I used to do like 85 sit-ups in 2 minutes.
He's in Chicago.
Something like that. It was like 85 sit-ups. It might have been more, but I think it was 85 sit-ups, 2 minutes.
Democrats have done this. And
then, or maybe that was push-ups. I think it was maybe 85 push-ups in 2 minutes. Maybe I can't remember. It was like 60 and 80 or something like that. I'll have to go back and look. I think I still have my packets.
We've already had calls.
I'll go look and check.
Calls from Democrats.
And then I think I would do like 20 or 30 pull-ups or something like that. Now they changed it. I think you got to do something else now.
But we've had
they do different things now. I think they do squats or supine bicycles or something stupid. Maybe not supine bicycles. You guys know what those are? Supine bicycle will fuck you up. It's like one of the worst smoking things they can ever do to you. I'm like thinking back on all this shit right now and trying to remember
Why is the U.S. still
Well, not
supporting
all of them. And you have to understand, I'm the one that got all
I can't recall all of it anymore.
If it wasn't for me, they wouldn't be out.
I think the Supine bicycles was that's the one where you do the big lunges, right? I think that was what it was. I think a Supine bicycle was like a lunge.
Messages would most likely be dead right now.
That was terrible.
So,
That was, I think the two that always fucked me up was I think the Supine bicycle.
And
I didn't mind rolling. I didn't mind doing diamonds are a girl's best friend for push-ups. I didn't mind
20 is actually
leaning left and leaning right. I didn't mind being rolled.
It's a terrible.
I think the two things that really fucked me up the most is probably I think it was supine bicycles, but I could be wrong. And the other one I think was the of all exercises, the one that I got really good at it, but I sucked at it at the beginning.
Get 'em.
The flutter kicks. I think that's what they call them, flutter kicks.
But they were willing now immediately.
I'm telling you what, you do enough flutter kicks and you're gonna have an ass of steel,
Has to
like
end.
fine ass,
It's extortion, and it has to end.
super fine ass.
I actually think they're safe.
I did flutter kicks for like ever and ever and ever and ever, and I had like the nicest ass I've ever had in my life.
October 7th, remember.
It was just rock hard ass.
I won the Arab vote in Michigan. I did so great with the Arab vote. I started off at 0. I ended up winning. I wouldn't say the candidate was the greatest, but I would have won against anybody. They're great people. But we have to do things properly.
Yeah, so that's what it must have been. It must have been the sit-ups that were 85. It must have been like 85 sit-ups, and then like I think I did like 60 or so sit-up or push-ups.
Knows that if
I think I would be able to get like 35 in a minute or something. Then I started dragging ass towards the like they call it muscle failure.
if you're a parent, you
I would
just,
start dragging ass into muscle failure by because you have to do them as like fast and as perfect as you can.
and I understand it. But I got him out and did a good job, and we're doing everything.
No. I'm not saying that it isn't a new thing. I'm saying, so I'm with you, John. I'm with you, John. The recruiters were always at the high schools. I'm saying how they're being counted. So what they're doing is they're lowering the age, putting them under contract at like 16. This is recent, like past 3 months. Man, maybe 6 months. There's been a bunch of changes. Like, if you're a reservist or a National Guard, they used to never give you more than 8 years. Now they're signing kids to 20-year contracts. That was to stem the low recruitment levels. I know a lot about this. I want you guys to know that I have a lot of military in my family still today. So, like, it has changed. Like for the numbers, it's changed. So, like, the first thing they did was now they got kids signing up for 20-year contracts. I shit you not. 20 years.
Talk about the 40
20-year contract in high school.
wounded with no legs.
That shit was no-go when I was a kid. It was like 8 years max if you were a reservist or guard.
It just
If you're a regular Army, you get a 4-year contract. And I think there was even 2-year contract. No, there was 3. 4 is what I had when I was a kid for regular Army. And then, but now today what they're doing is they're like pre-signing up kids.
He can do
Like
it.
it's like a pre-sign up, and then they count that as a soldier. Does that make sense? Like it's like when you're reporting the numbers of actual soldiers, we're buffering it now. I'll send John. John, I'll hit you with a link to it, dude. I'll show it to you.
To me and to everybody.
You can go to anybody in the Army. They'll tell you all about it. Call a recruiter and ask them. They'll tell you.
I mean, to think I said.
They're like fudging the numbers now.
No, he said, I'll come.
I'll send you a link, brother. Good to see you, by the way.
This about how great we're doing in D.C.
John, I was gonna go to fucking Florida, man. So hey, John,
This will be your
I
most
was gonna go to
ever.
or I'm supposed to go to the U.S. Open for Labor Day. But if I don't get to the U.S. Open, if somehow that doesn't happen, I was gonna head to Florida. I was gonna hit you up when I go down there. I was gonna go down to
What chances?
Siesta Key.
Well, the home team always.
I was thinking Miami, and then I did. I was talking to my wife, and she's like, "Let's go to Siesta Key or that area, like Longboat, Siesta, in Anna Maria." If I go down there, I'll let you know, brother.
I'd love to
I
have.
still want to meet up with you.
He's very tall.
We are going to the U.S. Open. Okay, cool. I'm down for the U.S. Open. That's New York. All right, so we're definitely going to the U.S. Open. All right, fuck it. Maybe I'm waiting for the winter to go to fucking Florida.
No, but do the Americans have a chance of like getting into the quarterfinals?
Yes,
right?
definitely. No, the quarterfinal definitely. But then, as the tournament goes on with the public 250 years of United States, let's not forget, they will all feel energized about that.
You know, it's amazing. The talent is really great when you watch these things. I went to the game 2 weeks ago, and it was a big upset. But you look at these people, the way they pass it. It's amazing, really amazing. It's a great art, right? It's a great talent.
It is incredible.
You know the expression. This what?
Will you draw the names?
I don't know. He's the boss.
That's an interesting proposal.
He's the boss.
We'll discuss that.
It's going to be great, and I think the American team is going to do well. I mean, I hear it's a very good team. Good luck, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
I'll ask on Twitter right now.
Keep a lot of those. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
No, I just got one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're done. We're done. Thank you.
That was a nice photo. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you guys. Keep moving. Thank you. Thank you guys. Keep moving.
It's good to see Trump early today. Not here at 4 p.m. Sometimes he likes to push off his interviews after the bell where he can't make money. This is a good Trump today. He was happy. Good to see that. He had banter. He was bragging about the stock market. He didn't save his speech or his presser until after the bell, so he couldn't capitalize on it. That's all good. You have the winter off? Well, dude, let's fucking go to John just said I have the winter off. Florida or the slopes. Do you want to go? Oh, we can go skiing, dude. You want to go skiing in like fucking Utah or something? Or dude, I wanted to go to STL or SLT or SLT this winter. I'll hit you up on Twitter, brother, and find out. I wanted to go to I want to hit either South Lake Tahoe, Utah. I would do Montana too. And I want to do Florida this winter. I got to do this U.S. Open thing. I'm being told we're definitely going to the U.S. Open, so. You live right near Siesta Key? I love it down there. My uncle has a home on Anna Maria Island. It's beautiful down there. It's one of my favorite. Except for red tide. Is there any red tide right now? Who said that they live near Siesta Key? I saw that somewhere. Someone said they live near Siesta Key. Does anybody know if there's red? Oh, look at that. Does anybody know if Siesta Key has red tide right now? Isn't it usually like August or something? I think it was like, well, we gotta look that up. Yeah, it's a bathtub. It's 100%. That's why. Isn't that part of the reason why they get the red tide too? Is because of the bathtub. Red tide's gnarly. All the dead stuff like comes up on the beach. It stinks to high heaven. Oh, it hasn't been that bad this year. Cool. Yeah, I don't. That was my one thing I said to my wife last night. I was like, I don't want to go if there's red tide. It's beautiful there, though. The beaches are stunning. Well, I was talking to my wife about going to the Virgin Islands, BVI's, and it's been getting bad reviews. BVI's the USVI. Virgin Islands have been getting a lot of bad reviews from people. They're complaining about the cruise ships. They're saying it's out of control. The other thing that I read was that workers are unhappy, that a lot of American kids are going there for when they're not in school to work like a season, and they're working their balls off, not making any money and not surviving. So they said the kids are angry. They thought they were going to go and party in the summer and sun, the beach, and then they're just working their balls off all day long. So they're pissed and angry. So I was talking to my wife about it. I'm like, I don't know about I don't know about the British Virgin Islands. I was like, everybody's pretty angry right now. And then we looked at, or I talked to her about Siesta Key. And then I told her the only thing problem I had with that would be the red tide. That would be it. I did see the brawl over chicken tenders. That's a big thing, though. That's been going on for a while, right? The celebrity, is it Celebrity? Carnival cruises. That's been going on for a while, right? What do they call it? My buddy calls it, what does he call it? He calls it ghetto exhaustion. That's what my friend here calls it. It's called ghetto exhaustion. I think we squeeze up into the close. I think we just grind higher into the close. I think we melt into Monday. Either you want to either have Monday calls or next week calls or call spreads. Someone's talking about call spreads. Or you could do zero dates. I just don't like zero dates on Friday close. I get annihilated in them. There's like every like fourth Friday we'll win, but like every other setup is dog shit. We might win today. I think we could win today. It hasn't been an edge though to trade the close up on Fridays for me, so I just kind of sit there and buying the bottom on like 230, 245. I'm usually buying the bottom, and I'm like waiting for the rip into the bell. And then I just get cut up, and then I have to close the position. And the other thing that sucks about doing that is, even if we gap up on Monday, I'll get eaten alive by the theta on the back end. So it's probably better to do a call spread with a Monday print, or a weekly or something, or maybe even more time next month into the Friday close because the theta is brutal. And the dealers recently, in my view, have done everything possible to not print anything. I don't think I've ever experienced, like, in my view, I have never really seen like we'll get a print, but it's brief and it's at the most inopportune times. And I don't think I've ever encountered as much like option destruction as I've seen getting to wherever it is we need to go. It's always last fucking minute now. It's literally like the last moment, the last minute before we go and do what we need to do. This is all still valid here. All still valid. Same as earlier over here. This is all dealer grinding options. Just dealer murdering Jane. This isn't bearishness. Not in my estimation yet. It's just smoking the chain as we go higher. Any of these dips, you just buy them, you make some money. You know, doggone it, are we going to go to the city, man? Are we going to go into like Manhattan or Brooklyn or the Village or anything? Cool. I fucking love New York, man. I fucking love the city, man. No, I don't know. It's my second favorite U.S. city. I think Chicago's now replaced it. I think Chicago's now my favorite city. I don't feel claustrophobic in Chicago. I think that's the only difference between my love for both of those cities. The only reason that Chicago wins now for me is that I don't get claustrophobic. I don't feel like I have to leave after a few days, like get out of the city or anything. Like San Fran does that to me. LA does that to me sometimes. I don't get the claustrophobia in LA. I get, I hate like the travel time in LA. We got to go to New York, dude, and hang out, brother. It's going to be a fucking blast. I love the city. I love the city. I will, Despacito. I'll let you guys know where I'm going. For Labor Day, I got to get my kid to college. My oldest, I got to get her into school. Then I'm thinking about doing the U.S. Open. I want to do one trip down south this winter. Like baseline, would like to do one trip down south, and then I would like to do 1 week minimum, 1 week trip in the winter to go skiing out west. Then I ski local-ish, mostly here, but I want to get like a baseline minimum of doing those things this winter. So Florida, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands would be in that realm. My buddy last night told me, I have a buddy that lives in the Virgin Islands too. He was like, go to Puerto Rico instead. So like it's either going to be Puerto Rico and Anna Maria Island, or maybe Key West. So let me widen that out. Florida, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, one or the other. And then of course some kind of ski trip this winter. Even if it's just the guys. I'm down for a ski trip with just the guys, too. I don't need to have my family there or anything. I do what I want. I think. I don't think my wife gives a fuck what I do. I'll be honest. I don't think my wife cares. We'll see if this is just a quick corrective move here. If we can bounce back up. Looks like there's maybe a little bit more than this. See this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should be done here. I don't think my wife cares at all what I do. She just yas me now. I'm getting old. I think when you're married for that long of a period of time, they just don't care anymore. They're like, you're going to disappear and never come home again? Fine, that's fine. I'll be happy if you don't ever come home. All right, so we hit this one right here. We still need to hit this one next. Still need to hit this one right here. That's next. We got this one and this one. There's the ATH. Show that there. Yeah, could you please hit the like button, subscribe, whatever it is, all those things. I'd appreciate it. Thanks, Stacy, for saying that. If you guys, if you're not a part of our community or whatever, I don't normally push all the shit that we do. We have tradethetrigger.com. You can always go there if you want to join the community. But if you just enjoy these shows, I'd appreciate wherever you are. Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. There's another one. I forget what the other one is called. If you're out there watching that one, like and subscribe, please. I'd appreciate it. If you want to join us in our Discord, you're more than welcome to. Check out our website, tradethetrigger.com. If you don't want to, that's fine too. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. You're making money, that kind of stuff. It is Friday. If you're green today, take the money and run. It's Friday. It's Friday. There'll always be a back test. I'm going to give you guys a quick update for the weekend here. It's 2:09. I'm going to do it early today so that if you're heading out for the weekend, if you've made your money already today, congratulations. There is a... let's just take a look at this together here. On an hour basis here, let's just go over this one more time. We have the prior high right here. We always ask the question, is the way lower or is the way higher? Right? On inflection points, big questions, right? So we have inflection point, major inflection point here. We did not get the sell signal lower, right? So if that's not the case, then that means we're going to go up here and check this prior high, right? That's what we're doing right now. You want to be paying very close attention to this prior high right here and the behavior of the stock market. So if you're looking at, spread this out a little bit. If this here is the prior high, see if I can get rid of some of this stuff. We can come back to this. Let me just get rid of some of this crap here. Okay, so here's all-time high, right? Let's get rid of this for now just so we can clean this up and see it. Okay. Rid of this. There's a few things we need to watch out for into the close and on Monday. You want to pay very close attention to, do we get the tick? Today, over the weekend, on Monday, do we get the tick? It's important information. What the tick does is tells you that we're going to go higher later. Same on the inverse for lower later. If you get the tick, you would expect this bounce to hold and for us to continue higher. Okay? We get the all-time high tick. The expectation would be that we're going to roll down thereafter and then go higher. If we fail to get the all-time high today, tomorrow, or Monday, right, we are going to blood down here on Monday, Tuesday, but I would not trust it. I would in no way, shape, or form trust that with no new high. Now, if we go back up here and make the all-time high, that's fine. I'll buy the dip over here. And if we show some strength, that's fine. You can take that trade too, but do not trust it. Both outcomes are possible. Both outcomes. We don't make the all-time high. We sweep down lower. I would also think we would sweep like this at minimum if we don't make the all-time high tick. My base case, though, is that we do this grind up and then fade it. Now, this is a distribution pattern. We're not there yet, but I do want to show you what this distribution pattern would look like. So let's say you get the all-time high up here. You come back down like this, right? You would then hold 42 like this, and then down to sweep this actual low. So you can see it. Something like this. Right? So smash that up. Support. All-time highs, right? Bam, 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 bam. That's 650. Now, if you're looking at this and you think, hey, Cap, I'm just long, bro, for this. You should, if you're have a small account, you should be sitting down here. This is the safest way to trade this. Make sense? Like fighting for French fries in a parking lot over here. Not really worth it. Let's go back and look at this really quick too. Hold on here. Hold on here. Yep, it's right here. There it is right there. See it? Now you can see it. It wasn't showing up earlier, but it's there. So you can just kind of see that right there, just so you can see it. Like grind, 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 and then roll. Right? Distribution. Sweep all that, then back up again. There's your daily or hourly trigger. This 640 is going to be important. For now, 642, 640, very important level right here. You can still wick this down, but as long as you don't stay down. Like, why cap, why are you doing that? That doesn't matter. As long as it's just a wick, then come right back up and get out of here. This isn't a candle, it's just a wick. You know, we haven't broken this yet either. We'd have to break this. You'd have to break this right here, I think. Be something like this. More like that. You'd break this, squeeze back up over here. You could actually get that big high one if you wanted to, too. Believe it or not, that's viable, too. And then we'd break down over here, back up and away. Hold on here for a minute. Oh, did I fuck that up? Oh, what's going on here? I'm getting some kind of wonkiness. Like, let's check this really quick. Yeah, we're good right there. So, if you want expectations for next week, let me just do this here. We had this pullback earlier. This is Friday close. We'll do Monday open. I think it'll just be today. So right there. That's where I'm at for the close today and over the weekend. Right there. I don't know if we extend up. You could draw it like that if you wanted to. I don't think so, though. I think we hit the all-time high. I'm not even going to draw that in because I think it's bullshit. Not quite bullshit, but I want to see this right here. Right there. Let me just check one more thing here, guys. Check this. Note to you too. Look at this. Stay with me here, guys. So this is R5. This is R4. This is R5. This is R4. For bulls in particular, this is usually a big time sell signal for next week, early week. There's 16. There's 1800. I don't know why. I don't know why this doesn't. This thing fucks up, but hold on here. It's getting worse on TradingView. So just note that this is R5 and R4. It's a pretty big sell signal for bulls, typically, is my point. Monday, right here. Monday, 1600. Stop right there. This would be a Thursday print over here at 1600. All that Thursday, Friday. We're about there. And remember what I said about this distribution. Remember I showed you the distribution. Just get rid of that for now so you don't have to look at that. Let me just show you guys something really quick here. Hold on. I just want to show you guys something here. I'm going to give you guys a warning, okay? I want to give you guys a warning here, okay? You guys see that right there? You guys want to snip this show? You want to snip picture at this at home? You want to take a picture of that? Cool. Okay, you guys got it? Right there. There is something to be said about this. I'll write a brief about it because we could melt straight up. It could just be a melt up. I want to leave you with something today that's very important. No, pay attention. Today is Friday, August 22nd. Most of Wall Street is still in Saint-Tropez. Most VC, PE guys, most big money is still on vacation. They're getting their kids off to school. The wives are still out. The husbands are still out. If the wives working, doesn't matter. The rich people and the power brokers are still on vacation. They're on vacation and they come back on Tuesday, the 2nd of September. There is another group of people that are workers, plebs like you and I. Some of those people begin their Labor Day vacation on today. Some of them begin it on Monday. Some of them begin it on Wednesday. Most of the plebs don't. They begin their vacation on Thursday or Friday, and they don't go back to work until Tuesday the 2nd. Some of us plebs, we work through all of it, don't we? Through Labor Day. But I want you to know that the market is kind of on cruise control until September 2nd, until the power people, the money people get back. So, looking towards next week, there's a couple things we need to talk about here. The argument can be made for just a straight melt up. Not quite like that, but like this and like this and like this and like this, with no meaningful pullback is more the point I'm trying to make to you. No meaningful pullback. It's possible there's no meaningful pullback. Just grind higher, grind higher, grind higher, grind higher, grind higher, grind higher. And you're not going to be able to chase it. So let's say you did a call spread for the 2nd and you want to capture that melt up, you can. You could also do a flop butterfly, I think it's called butterfly. It's called bullfly. No, I might have that wrong, but it's where you have limited upside exposure. But I want to talk about that here too. So you could like, hey, I don't have to worry about it. We're just up and up and up and up. If you're in a call spread of some kind and it comes down, you have to have intestinal fortitude that it's going to go up. And if we flush, I don't think that's going to happen, but and you can switch to bearish if we come down here and we start rolling. But if your thesis is this, we'll switch to a bearish thesis later on. Not right now. It's like a call spread deals with that if we don't go down here. I still think we come down here next week, Monday, Tuesday. It could be violent. It could be like up and then bloodbath Sunday, Monday, not even Tuesday, and then we're off and running. So I mean, there's a couple ways to look at this. You could either be hanging out down here, to buy this trip. You'll probably make the most money doing that, but you might get left behind. I need you to be aware of that. Oh, Cap, it never came down here, bro. I never got this. This isn't the Mike's ice cream shop where you can get whatever flavor you want. You can put a call spread on so you don't get left behind. Oh, he came down. Do another trade over here. Long. So you like call spread and then aggressive calls up here. But if you're cheap or you don't have a big account and we don't go all the way down there and it misses you, don't cry about it either. Trades get left behind. Hey, I don't have a lot of money, so I'm being conservative. I don't want to blow myself up. It left you behind. That's what happens. You need to only take the best trades. Only the best. You know what I mean? You got to take the best trades. So it's pick your own poison to some extent. I want to say something else too. Let's say you pick the call spread in case we melt up and we break down over here. Do you have money left over to hedge this down move, or does your account blow up? So you really need to think this through and how you manage these trades. Okay, I got the call spread. I don't have enough money to add any calls here. If I start burning myself down, I at least can get a put spread to save my account. I want you to be thinking about, like when you're placing a trade, I want you to be thinking about the worst outcome and then how to manage that worst outcome. It does not matter. It does not matter if you get the best outcome. It's just if this, does not matter if this is a sure thing. If we have a sure thing to go up there, I still want you to think about what's the worst that could happen. Bloodbath down here. Would that blow your account? Well, I went all in and call spreads cap. Now what do I do? And that doesn't work. That's irresponsible of you as an adult to not be able to say, well, my call spread sucks. It's not bouncing. I'm now down 40, 60% of my call spread. I can close it and make some money down here in a put spread or puts. You get what I'm saying with this? Hopefully you get the gist of this. Some of you, I bet most of you do, but a lot of new traders don't. So if you're like a new trader, new to the market, stuff like that, this trade ain't for you, maybe. You're still waiting until September, October. Does that make sense? Please tell me it does, because I see a lot of that slop. And we're in bear season, or we're in the end of volatility season, the start of bear season. So, something goes wrong. We're in the season for something to go wrong. When the dip keeps on dipping, this is that season. Do you see that continuation down there? This is a good place to put a hedge on for some people, isn't it? There's another thing here that I haven't told you yet. There's one last thing. I measured this a few weeks ago, and there is a if you measure right here. If you look on your pivots, you'll see that I've got traditional, and then I've got Fibonacci's. You can use the Fibonacci's to measure the move higher on pivots, and I have a pivot target of this right here. I would not take calls for that number. I would rein it in and maybe make some extra money on the way up there. If you're a bear and this bounces and goes higher, just note that there could be a massive squeeze here. Massive. Trust me. Massive. Massive. And this is like this 663 is the target for us to hit 660, 6,600. You want to know how I get these numbers? So you hit this number here, and this sets up. This here sets up a down move for September and October. But remember the highs we talk about? This means we're coming back in December, February. And we're going to trade 680 and 720. you understand? 680 and 720. So there's your 663 opening the door to 680 and 720. Maybe 680 on December and maybe 720 in February would be a nice target. Big whoosh over here. Now, I got to tell you something else. So let's look at a 4-hour chart. Don't worry, I'll snip this for the Discord. Now, this is where things get really important. This is first week of October. This is December. Way over there. It doesn't really matter. What really matters is that forget this shit right now. We don't need to deal with that shit now. That means nothing. The one thing that I want to tell you here is that let's say we go up here and do this. Whatever this back test bullshit is into October or whatever. There's some Trump traders out there that think that the top is in. Even if we get an all-time high, this is a topping action. And it might not come back. We could do 20% down move. It's possible. You also have the Fed FOMC meeting, right? It's like fading, blast down the FOMC. No cuts for you. We got a litany of volatile events, NFP, CPI, all this other shit. I posted in the Discord yesterday all the vol events coming up. Yesterday, day before. Both days I posted you the volatility events. Mark those on this calendar. Or on this chart or on a calendar at home. I don't know what the outcome is. I don't know if we just hang out here, close the gap at 600, and we're off and running. I don't know if we blast down. I'll just walk you through that. If we go down here, bounce, start making new highs, let's get long for the winter. If we start careening down over here, we'll stay short. It's fairly easy. It's not hard. You don't need to be top calling. You don't need to be bottom calling. You don't need to be a bull or a bear or any of that bullshit. But I just want you to be aware of this weakness that's here. And do I think we just melt and melt and melt and melt? I don't. I think it's a very low probability outcome. If we do melt and melt and melt and melt and melt, it's dangerous too. Either in the front end or the back end. The more we do it, the more we retrace all of it. And if we were to melt up into the end of the year, it could be signaling a major top, like end of the bull run. For me, I would like to see blow off a little bit over here, get up there to the end of the year, and then we burn it down in the spring and probably the summer of next year. Now, if we can hold certain levels, the market might stay alive longer. We're not there yet. It's so far down the road, it doesn't matter. But if the market wants to keep pumping for another year or two until the data actually really deteriorates, so be it. We run up inflation. If unemployment and employment don't completely deteriorate, any of that kind of stuff. So, you need to manage your own shit, your own risk. And this particularly for the bears. And if you're a new trader and you're just trying to get long up here and you lose this, you have to be able to manage that. Accept it. Take responsibility. If you're a new trader and you're waiting for this and you get left behind, it just starts melting, that's okay. You don't need every fucking trade. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be a dip to buy at some point. I also want you to remember range expansion as we move forward. I want you to look at range expansion just like this here. You know, we start this kind of stuff like this, right? You should be living on the sidelines. If you're a new trader, new investor, living down here, living down here, living down here, that's okay too. I think that's fine. Sorry, this doesn't 1800 right there. I posted I think this is after the bell. Weekend bell. I wonder if we ramp this close. See, I'm back to my usual Friday fucking shenanigans over here. Let me check something here. Let's give all the money you made back to the market. It's way lower. Check this here, guys. We're right on the 15-minute right now. Sorry, I'm just trying to add to a position here. Hold on, guys. What? Oh, what the fuck did I do? Okay, I'm good. I'm having real problems today with my accounts today.
Brent crude futures settle at $67.73.
Watch me get taken to the woodshed today into the close.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee-pee really quick. You can tell I have kids, right? Daddy has to go pee-pee. I'll be right back. Remember, too, when I say daddy, there's two different tones. There's like child tone. Daddy will be right back. And then there's the tone that I tell my wife, come to daddy. Be right back.
Trump team withholds Venezuelan oil approval for non-US majors. Investment funds in latest bi-weekly reporting period buys $24.2458 billion in 10-year notes due the 8th of the 15th, 2035 versus $28.425 billion prior month, according to the US Treasury.
Well, what do we got today? It's Friday. Been a long week, hasn't it? Whoa, what's that? Oh, what's that right there? Oh, I just noticed that my entire family is gone. I'm stuck here alone. They've already started their weekend. Any of you out there? Any of you people out there? Everybody else around you gets to go on vacation. The rest of us work, right? While your family and loved ones get to go have fun, we're out here breaking our dicks in the market all day long. To the bitter end, right? What up, VI Princess? I've got some stock stuff on.
Future firms US at AA plus. Outlook stable.
I got some stock trades on. My biggest fear here is that the reason that I do indexes here is because there's it's like I always felt like indexes were.
Well, it's me again. It's
Hold on a second here.
Donald J. Frickin' Trump.
I used to only trade like stock. I have like, then pennies and COVID shit, like stocks, crypto, all kinds of shit. But I never learned to trade. And I always thought of indexes as like an old man thing. I never learned how to trade indexes. And I would come into times in the market where I wasn't making consistent. It wasn't consistent year round to make money. And there's more liquidity in the indexes. Once I learned how to trade indexes, I had more consistent money. I probably had bigger wins in stock trading, but my winning and losing was all over the place. I would get caught in shit. Like what happened would be I'd trade something, and like the crowd would come in, and or I'd jump in with the crowd on a stock. And then I would eventually be a bag holder in that stock, even if it was green. Like everybody would leave, the interest and the volumes would leave. And if I didn't get out early enough, I would get stuck. And I would get stuck in these trades for like months, if not years, sometimes. And I had never learned how to trade indexes, so I started learning how to trade indexes because it's more consistent year round. But I don't disagree with you. Stocks have been really good lately. Absolutely fucking great. And the reason why I teach indexes here is because I want you to have a tool that you can always go to make money. Does it make sense? Like if you're like, nothing going on in stocks, I want to trade indexes. I wanted to make indexes approachable and easy for a degenerate. So they could always have a place to go to make money. So I don't disagree with you on that. I'm in agreement with you. That's a fire post. I like that post, Sailing Yuppets. Well, we're kind of pinned in here. There's like a the only hope to go up here. We're pinned in on gamma right here. And right here, I think, somewhere in here. We're like pinned in right here. So we should go sideways into the close. The only reason I'm thinking that we can go up is just for the all-time high. That we do it either, in after hours today, or we do it on Monday, in the morning or something. One or the other. But we're pinned in with gamma. We're hemmed into 645 and 646. Cheers to you all out there. Hope you all had a good week. I hope that you didn't blow up your accounts. Even if you're slightly red, you're not blown up. If you're a bear and you made a bunch of money on the downside move, congratulations. We took the downstroke day right off the bell and made a bunch of bank. So if you made a bunch of bank, congratulations. If you're deep red this week, if you are deep red, please slow down. Get some more education, paper trade, get with people, and slow down. It's not an easy market to make money right now. It just isn't. This whole season is not going to be easy street. We talked about this the other day when we get range expansion versus just melting up, easy trading, right, on trend. All of a sudden you enter a period of volatility. Things get a little bit harder. You got to be a little bit more patient. So if you are deep red, like I'm on the wrong side, I'm getting whipsawed, that kind of stuff, slow down. Don't give your money back. I told you early this summer, don't give your summer money back. There's no reason to do it. Don't get eaten alive. This is when the market takes all your money if you're not a great trader. Same thing with bear markets. You kick an ass in a bull market, everything's easy. And then you give it all back in a bear market. So don't do that. Wish you all well over the weekend. Be safe. If any of you are taking off for vacation early, have yourself a wonderful Labor Day vacation. I think it's Labor Day. If you want to celebrate your hard, labor and shit, and you don't want to chase all this stuff next week, I don't think you have to if you've made money all year. You're going to meet traders that tell you that they trade up until the last minute of the day before vacation. They eat shit and sleep trading. You don't need to do that if you follow with the market. That's like a retail trader thing. I trade every day no matter what. Eat shit, sleep, and drink. I do that, but if you want to take a break over Labor Day, take it. You break your dick all year long. If you're leaving on vacation after this today, good luck to you next week. If you're going to degenerate next week, if you're going to be the degen retail trader that's going to be here, I'll be here with you. I don't think I'm taking off early for Labor Day. I don't think so. If I do, I'll let you know early, but I don't think that I am. I got a bunch. The only reason I'd be taking off next week early at any point would be because of I canceled my dentist crowns. They were today, so I do have that appointment next week, and I have just my daughter, my oldest daughter. I got to get her to school. I think I'm closer to my youngest daughter being ready for school. It's a little bit easier. My oldest daughter could cause me some problems next week. Not problems, but they're teenagers. They need a ton of shit. Creeping down here. This is the 5-minute. Anything lower than this is much lower, just so you know. There's one more little possible hold this up right here. Possibly hold this right here. But I don't think so. I think we're going down if we do that. I'll leave that there for you. The target underneath there is much lower. It's currently it's like 642 and 640, so this is kind of it for the bulls. We are hemmed in here. You want to see an all-time high today after the bell, today at the close, Monday. They've been doing some of this bullshit on the after hours and pre-markets, and dealers have been doing it. Oh, look, you got an all-time high. I'm like, yeah, but that was at fucking 8 a.m., bro. I mean, that's not an all-time high to me. Like, I don't count that shit. Like, they do, but I don't count it. Like, I don't count pre-markets, after hours, Globex, futures, none of that shit. Those are all fake highs and fake lows to me. Though we do return to them in cash market, but I don't count them like, hey, that's the all-time high, that kind of stuff. So I want to see it in cash market for like ATH or market bottom, that kind of stuff. So theoretically, we've already hit all-time highs in my book. What else? I think that's it. I could read you a few things before the close today. Let me have a sip of let's have a drink. I actually showed you the cocktail, but I haven't had a sip. So there's a ton of ice in there, so it's not a ton of whipped bourbon. Don't freak out. Here's to you. I'll catch all of you guys next week. The degenerates out there, the retail trader, I'll be here with you. Whew. I haven't had bourbon in a while. Whew. I haven't been drinking. Whew. That was spicy. Oof. That was really potent. It tastes like it's not light. It's like it's very like caramelly and buttery for a bourbon. I probably can't drink all that. Ugh. Maybe it's just because I've been drinking bourbon and I'm used to it in my mouth. I'm a paper-handed bitch. What else? I think that's all I got to go over here. Let me see if there's any news for you. Let me just read you a few things before we go into the close here. Outperformed by small caps. We know that. Small caps is helped by Canada saying that they're not going to do reciprocal fighting tariffs or laddering trade war. It's a little bit associated with the Fed, but it probably has more to do with Canada. What else do we have here? There's they're talking about taking out major highs on outperformed by smalls next week. There's a discussion of that. I'll post this for you in the Discord. This is the being left behind trade. So if we don't have that pullback on Monday, or if it's not, we don't jackknife down or something, just be aware of this. What's this for you here? What else do I have for you? If I see anything else for this Friday to post to you guys, hold on here. Give me just 1 second here, gents and ladies. Come on down, come on down, come on down, come on down. I'm like priming up to start going long here soon. Come on down just a little bit more, a little bit more. Come on down. Take anything you got. I'll buy that. I'll buy this. Whatever you got. I am a buyer right here. Come on down. Turn back down. Or I should say anything under 645, I'm a buyer. Anything at all under here, buyer. Like right here to right here. Just note that there's a bear cross right here. Bear plane on the 1 in 5 minute. If we can get down here, there's no pullback next week. And we're close. Look at how close we are. So fucking close. It's like right here. That is so fucking close. You know, the other thing too here is that look at where this hourly trigger is. Like, we're going to wake up on Monday, and both of these are going to be right here. Like, this will be here on Monday. I think we might gap up over the weekend. It's possibly gap up over the weekend. There might be no back test on Monday. I'll be honest with you. That hourly trigger, I mean, I realize we can blast through it, but that half hour and hourly are racing higher. We're super fucking close. Like, look at the half is like right here. This is like, by Sunday, it'll be at 644, 645. We might not even have the drawdown on Monday. There's a fair chance we can leave everybody behind. We won't even close the lower. It's possible. Shit, I should have added here, and I didn't. Be patient. Stay down here. It's gonna be cool. Come on down. Hit my number. Well, we got the we got the Robin Hooders over here, right? Oh yeah, come on down. Come on down. Come on down. No, I'm not. I'm not buying shit unless it's down here now. I want it down here. Low over here, new low in the half. That's good. Bearish. Come on down. 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 A little bit more. You can do it. No, no, no. Come on down. A little bit more. I'm just down here. And And then just go right down there. Come on. Come on. Come on down. More. I'm adding here. I'll add all in here. Anything down in here, I'll buy. I'll buy everything down here. I'll buy here. I'll buy 42. I don't care. 40, 42, all this shit I'll buy. I'll buy it all. I'm getting greedy right now. Not for today, but for next week. I'm feeling pretty greedy right now. Come on. And I'll do another buy next week for I'll do another buy if we have any kind of like low in next week. I'll buy for Monday of the 2nd, Tuesday, the 2nd. Call spreads I'm going to switch to for next week. Once we're into next week, I will. Right now, just straight calls for next week. I want to capture next weekend's Labor Day for the 3-day weekend and not get burned on Theta. Come on down. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Like literally, I'll buy all this right here. If you do it today, I'll be stoked. If we did it today, I'd be happy. All this right here. I buy all of that right there. Maybe a little bit lower. Yeah, I think it's right there. You could extend it, but we're coming so high now that it doesn't matter. Hourly trigger will be here in just a minute on 640. That looks crazy, but it won't next week. Come on down, baby. Come on down. We might gap up on Monday. If we can get down here low enough, we're going to gap up Monday. Come on down. Come on down. I'm about to load another stack right here. I'm adding like 300 pack here. I loaded 100 here, but another 300 right now. Hold on. Oopsie. No, no, no. Don't go, don't run away. Here. This goes all the way down. Right down there. Just so you know that is, there ain't nothing here. There is nothing there. You can buy a dip here. Starts in the wrong spot. You can buy a dip here and here. You can also get some 0-day puts for that if we begin to roll. No rolling yet. You can see all that. Here's 615. 1615. Looks like Robin Hood Gang's coming out now. Might be a nice trade in here. No trade lower unless we break below this. Want to see the all-time high today or Monday? No all-time high today and Monday. Depths of hell. yeah. If we ramp this fucking bell, I'm gonna be rich.
1 minute to go to get the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds.
Whoa.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500.
Yes.
1.8 billion. Nasdaq 100 buy side 1.2.
Buy it all, bitches. Buy the whole fucking thing.
Mag 7 buy side 773.
Buy. Buy the whole fucking thing. We know you're gonna be chasing. That was so fucking sexy right there. Ooh yeah. Oh yeah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are you doing? Wrong way, Spoos. Come on, you know you want to get the all-time high in the close today, dude. Just do it. Make it nice and clean, bro. Just do it. Climb the wall of worry. You know where you're going. You got a fucking big old bull flag there, or bull plane there. Don't get stupid. Oh, bullshit, dude. What the fuck are we doing here? Stop that horse shit. You know you're going up, dude. I gotta get out short, bro, if we're going up. Fuck you in that candle. You know we're cranking, duder.
Hello, everybody. This is
You know we're mooning.
Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at
Shut up with the deer. Real day trader. Put me up against some of those Wall Street day traders. Let's see how the fuck they do. Come on. God, I hate when they make me suffer here. Look, the pin is 645 and 646. There's two giant gamma bars here on one dates here. What are I wonder what the 646s are worth right now. That's what I got to see. Are they worthless yet? I should have been looking at this already, and I wasn't. No. Are they worthless yet? They can't print it until it's worthless. What are 646s for today at? 0, hopefully. calls for today. They're worth 6 cents. That's not good. They should be like they're 5 now. We gotta just watch 646. It has to die. It has to go to like 1 penny to go up here. You fucking know you're going up there, dude. Fucking cheap ass dealers, dude. Like seriously. It's like I don't think I've ever seen it like this. Like I don't think I've ever seen it this like with I don't think I've ever I don't know if it's computers. I don't know if it's just like so many zero dates that they have to manage them. It's got to be a mixture of all those things. It's got to be like too many zero date traders. I think this is really impacting pricing. They're just not going to print that shit for these people. It's got to be a mix of like, it's got to be a mix of it. It's got to be a mix of like dealers using computers and then the volume of zero dates. It's got to be. I'm fucking loading right now. I just bought a bunch of shit right now. Like I'm just like, come on. What do I got going on here? Dude, what's going on here? I gotta see what's going on here. I'm having real fucking problems here today. I'm having problems getting fills here. It's almost like they don't want me to get fills. How do I escape that? Come on. It's just a note to you out there. VIX is on a major low. Trying to print this all-time high today or the weekend, and then we could roll hard. If you're only in cash market, make sure that you are positioned for that outcome. Futures is the better trade on both ends unless you have time or a spread or something like that. Keep on going. Keep on fucking going, you bastard. All right, it's 4 p.m. I'll see all of you on Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Have a great weekend. I just have a couple words of warning to you. You understand what I'm saying to you? So where we are right now, right? We've got VIX on a major low. So if we squeeze up into Monday, VIX will crater. And then VIX will want to climb, which means down, right? So just make sure that you can handle that back test on Monday, Tuesday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, whatever. Or that you have some kind of spread that can handle that roll, that you don't care if it's burning and on fire. You're not going to come in with your hair on fire and be like, oh, Cap, it's burning today. You didn't tell me. You in a spread? No. You in far-dated calls? No. You in low enough? No. Like all that bullshit. Us too afraid. Don't do that stuff. If you are like small accounts, just wait until the VIX is on a high, and you can get back in again. I'll see all of you tomorrow or Monday at 9:30 in the morning. I want you to all have a great weekend. I appreciate you showing up all this week. We had huge viewership this week. I really appreciate it. I want to make a note of that too, that I really, really appreciate it. I noticed the viewers this week, and I'll see all of you